Maxilla, what's up, dude? 1977, what is up? Yeah, I'm getting a few last things buttoned down, but try to let a few more people get in here and decide, do I just go straight in on the 154 CM like I want to, or do we roll the 20-sided die? I kind of want to do the 154 CM, but, we'll see what happens. Okay, and we got everything set up. Sprinkles, what's up, dude? Okay, so it looks like we're getting all of our votes to roll the die and see what we get, which we'll give that 4 minutes, and at the strike of 3, we'll go ahead and throw the D20 in anger and see what we land on. The only thing I'm concerned about is, like, I'm going to try to beat our personal best and go for a full 8 hours on this. Like, I've done some prep work. I have got my emotional support Baja Blast. I have got my emotional support C4. So those are all lined up and ready to go. And I got a ton of extra cardboard from work. The Frito-Lay guy was there, and he gave me a stack of boxes that's, I think, about 1.5 to 2 feet thick. So I'm definitely ready for it. Masochism and just seeing if I can. There's no guarantee I'm going to hit all 8 hours. I might crap out after 5 or 6, but, I don't have to go to work tomorrow. And then I've got a 2-day work week before I'm on vacation, so I'm in the mood to do something dumb. And, yeah. And, yeah, that knife that I did the freehand on was my second attempt. Is it still sitting over there? No, it's over here. And I know the strops did some of the heavy lifting there, but at 600 grit, it was still shaving a bit and, splitting paper like no one's business. But let's see if I can get situated here. Yeah, that was freehanding and stropping. And if I don't quit doing that, I'm gonna have like just a streak all the way up the inside of my calf. But for a second go, I'm real happy with it. Zaki man, what's up, dude? Welcome. Um, well, the bald spot was already there from the last couple of times I sharpened. Was it the last live stream? Someone wanted to see what I could do with the precision adjust. Yeah, I haven't seen you before, man. Welcome. So what's fixing to happen here is in 2 minutes, we're going to roll this 20-sided die, and it's going to pick one of these knives. And we're going to cut up a bunch of cardboard to see how long the edge retention lasts, and I'm going to shoot the shit with you guys. So that's what we do on these live streams. And yeah, we have a lot of fun with it, especially once the chat gets going and everybody's active. And today we're going to try to hit the 8-hour mark. The longest stream I've done is 6 hours, or 7 hours. 7. So we're going to see if we can beat that, because why not? So we've got a cold steel 1911, and this is in, I think, 4034 stainless, something like that. We have got a Mass-Along that is in 7CR17. Just a guest, what's up? Hey, beautiful. And then we got my Kaiser Sheepdog XL in 154 CM, which this is the one I want to play with tonight. Alex Clear, what's up? What's up? And then we got a Gerber paraframe, and this is the gag knife. We don't know what steel this is. Gerber won't tell us. And I got a feeling the ergos are going to start to suck pretty quickly. But we got to throw it in there to, give this a sense of some stakes. There's a sense of adventure to the roll. And it is 3 o'clock even. The sheepdog is an absolute monster, yeah. Come on, 11 to 15. I'll take 1 through 15. 15. Yes, let's go. We hit 15. Yes. All right. We're going to celebrate that with the ninja. Where's the song? One more. You can see my, oh, dude. Oh, coming out the gate swinging. Come on, it's here. It's here. Really? It's got to be the next one. No? We're not going to get it. All right, one more. One more. Oh, I am disappointed. All right. Well, that's all we got for that. Let's get some cardboard out and start cutting. Now, this is on the factory edge. It hasn't been stropped. It hasn't been anything except light use. So we'll get our baseline for it. We'll get our baseline for the edge, see how it's doing. Let's flick the bean. So we got a nice like 8 to 8.5 out of 10 edge on this thing right now. The paper does not like being cut when it's held like that. Either way, she's sharp. And sadly, guys, I am dealing with financial issues, so I have no pizza box for you today. But let's get our first box out here. Oh, that's a good cut. That is a good cut. Because I'm just going to end up putting an 18-degree edge on this the next time I want to carry it, which I don't know when that'll be. Just because I never don't have something for review in my pocket. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, you've sinned 1 times too many. I don't look quite the same as I did back then. There's been some weight fluctuation, among other things. Oh my God, that is so good. And we haven't cut with 154 cm before. 8CR13 on factory edges tends to last about 2.5 hours every time before it craps out. The 8CR that we put the 18-degree edge on, that one, it took about 2 hours of much more severe abuse than usual, and it showed very little edge wear, which is cool. Me with knives, what's going on, dude? We got the Sheepdog XL, 154 cm. We're doing something new. A little cleaver, bruh. That's what we got. Like, yeah, I love this thing so much. Bill, what's going on, dude? All right, how's the sideways cut? Oh, yes. At least the first good while of this is going to be fun, because I expect the 154 cm to last quite a while. But yeah, what's everybody been getting into today? Yeah, I know you guys have been asking about 154 cm, and I forgot that this was 154 cm. I thought it was D2. So here we are. I came downstairs to do a pocket check on it, and I just looked at it, and I was like, wait a second. That's 154. I got today and tomorrow off, and then I go in Monday and Tuesday, and then I'm taking my time off for Blade Show. And I'm going in there on Friday and Sunday. My ride. Oh, wow. All right. I love a good vise. Speaking of which, I still have the vise you sent me. I just haven't worked on It's kind of one of those things that fell off the wayside when my brain turned on me and said, yeah, you're not going to be safe in the shop anymore, so don't go in there. But at some point, I'd like to take that thing apart and clean it up and learn how to paint so that I get it nice again. So I do still have it, and I do remember it. And once in a while, I'm just like, I should restore that thing. Even though it's not going to be a full 100% restoration, it'll be getting all the parts working smoothly again and refreshing the paint. Or at least trying to, since I've never painted anything without getting a lot of runs in it. But I figure it's kind of like freehand sharpening. If I go in there and I'm willing to try, something's going to happen. You know, of course, I've painted stuff before. But especially, like, you know, with like spray paint, I have the... With spray paint, I have all the control of R. Kelly in a hotel room. Favorite sandwich knife? Basically the one you're holding at the moment. Like, you know, I try not to cut food up with these things that often unless I'm forced to, just because I don't want to clean them afterwards. So perfect sandwich knife's whatever you can throw in the dishwasher when you're done. Like I've developed a... Oh man, a year. You know, the Guinness Book of World Records is just a list of people that took second place to the things I did. So I don't gotta apply. But yeah, this is the perfect sandwich knife is one you can throw in the dishwasher. Because honestly, if your knife can't spread a spreadable condiment or cut white bread in half, it's not a knife. What two companies do you want to collab and make a new knife? Honestly, I'd like to see CRKT and Manus do something. Because, like, oh shit, what is it? The collaborations between CRKT and Ed Van Hoy are some of my all-time favorite knives. You got the Snapfire, the Snap Lock. Well, I appreciate you being here, Andrew. Oh, dude, you're very welcome. But, like, if you haven't seen those, go take a look at them real quick. And Manus makes the Gearhead, which is a lever action knife with moving gears in it. I really want to see what kind of weirdness they can cook up, because, you know, I'm a sucker for an oversized pocket cleaver. This is one of my favorite knives in the collection. I'm also a sucker for weird designs that work. You know, and the Snapfire is probably the best thing that came out of CRKT and Van Hoy collaborating. So I would love to see that. You know, and that's the thing you'll find out pretty quick. I'm not an expert. I don't know everything out there. And I haven't handled anything more expensive than about 120 bucks. Except for the bug out an M390 with the aluminum scales a friend of mine bought me a couple of years ago now. And of course I got my bug out CF Elite that I picked up when they were still about 140 bucks. No. By and large, gun companies, they don't make knives, they just slap their names on merch. The thing I would like to see instead is, if you're familiar with the Harbor Freight Icon knife, the Harbor Freight Icon knife is an example for the build quality that I would like to see out of, say, Browning or Smith & Wesson. I'd like to see them release something with that kind of build quality that, you know, it's a unique design, not a ripped-off Beg Mini Glimpse. Come on, cut. There we go. I mean, I found out Hogue was a gun or gun adjacent company before they started making knives. After I found out about Hogue knives, which I still haven't bought my Deca yet, which I may or may not ever get to. But of course, those guys got a reputation for making really good knives. They're one of the, I can't remember the name of the other company that is the other exception to the rule. But generally speaking, like I got one Smith & Wesson knife that I rounded up for the first season of the Super Budget Showdown. And I've done a cardboard slayer with that thing, and Jesus H crap, it sucked. It sucked so hard. But yeah, like here we live and die in the under $50 range. You know, this is one of the exceptions. A friend of mine pointed it out, and I absolutely had to have it. Are you referring to like a handmade knife, or which one are you talking about there, Sprinkles? Ruger, I think that was the other one. Yeah, it is. It was Hogan Ruger that are the exceptions to the gun company knife rule. So I mean, you think about it, like it would be nice, you know, and it would be good to. Oh, okay. Yeah, one of the ones I have with the aesthetics of a brick that's still kind of nice is the GV-DV-ZD-18. This did about middle of the pack in the Super Budget Showdown, especially for, you know, under 15 bucks. And it took a nice edge sharpening it. I'll give it that. Let's see what it cuts the cardboard like. Oh my God. I love these edges. Like, and I can't even say that this is guaranteed 18 degrees. I don't know what angle I sharpened it at. I just went with what felt comfortable. But my God. I am going to be in love with hand sharpening at some point here, even though I'll probably mostly stick to the work sharp. But I do want to get better at hand sharpening, and I need to get something better than that Harbor Freight diamond block. It's like, I can absolve many of my sins on the strop, but I don't want to have to do that. And the grit on those stones stops at 600. We are probably going to have to reprofile this edge. And if you're new here, the last cut on this strip that has the least support always sucks. Always. And this edge will cut paper cleanly, but we might be struggling with the cardboard sooner than I want to, just based off the factory edge angle. And go ahead and drop your guesses in the comments. How many hours can I go before my ass is too kicked to keep going? What do y'all think? Oh, man. Like my longest run so far, 7 hours. You think it will hit 7 again? And see, like, I wish I had like a big enough platform to turn this into something good, you know? Like, yes, there's a part of me that would love for, you know, super chats to be coming in to help pay bills, but even better would be able to raise a significant amount of money from well, I'm curious to see what we got there. But you know, it'd be nice to like raise a significant amount of money off of doing a marathon stream for the Humane Society or Make-A-Wish or someone like that. which is one thing I hope to one day do. Just to be able to do a stream like this and, you know, use that to do some good somewhere. So the stupid on the knife is this an edge problem, or where's the issue on the knife? Because that doesn't mean I'm necessarily guaranteed to be able to fix it. All right, let's try this on some 44-pound edge crush test cardboard. And if you're new here, most of the cardboard we cut is in the 32 to 36 pound crush test range. Getting up to 44, the cuts start getting a lot harder. Ew. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of that I can fix. Like, all I really got for fixing stuff like that's a Dremel tool. Like, I could polish it and make the scratches far more visible. Ugh. I'm fixing to say I might not like this factory edge for cardboard slaying. This is already starting to be a problem. But that is one of those things is, you know, after playing with a couple of cold steels and stuff like that, I did notice the factory edge was not all that it could be on this one. Which this may also be designed and intended for a much harder use environment that abuses the edge a lot more, so they don't want it too fine, but that's the theory. I like how we've gone from 22 down to 9. Like, once the cardboard came out, people are like, nope, fuck this shit, I'm out. And no, this isn't always the most family-friendly thing. I do swear, and some of the jokes get real dark real fast. And these Glad Force Flex bags have been too dangerous for too long. They have to be shown the error of their ways. And this is already beating my wrist up. I may end up swapping out chairs. All right, we're back up to 13. What was I gonna say? I had something for you guys, but drawing a blank on it now. Like, I intentionally tried to think about it, so everything just went blank. Like, nope, you don't get that memory. But I am very much looking forward to Blade Show, and I'm not looking forward to having to carry what little money I have around until day 3, so I can try to get a deal. 'Cause I am not the world's best at haggling. Is there just a rough spot on the edge here? I don't know. I'm going to try stropping this thing real quick before we get too much farther into the stream. Because this thing did have some light use, but it had some use. So I might have put like a little bit of a dull spot somewhere. Yep, back down to 8. Alright, let's get the strops out. And I plan on keeping an eye out for Outdoors 55. If I'm lucky, I might be able to catch Will Stelter doing his Mastersmith test. Try to keep an eye out for B's blades, see if he's floating around. Well, the funny thing is something I'm waiting to find out about is 2.5 days ago, 3 days ago, I discovered that I have inherited what looks like a fairly sizable chunk of land in Texas that generates royalties every month from oil, natural gas, and stuff like that being extracted from it. So I've got to sign some documents and set up direct deposit. And then I'll know what I got there. I am praying to God it's something that is actually somewhat significant, just so that we can get our bills covered. But I don't know. I know it ain't going to be $1 million. So I do think one thing that would help us out a lot here is one of those best sharpness testers. That's the word I was looking for. One of those best sharpness testers, because looking at those, they're like $300 ish, and I ain't got $300 ish. I feel a sticky spot. All right. Yeah, no, they're seriously cool. And like Cardboard Slayer would be a lot better if we could just test the edge on that and then test it again after an hour. Give us some much more firm data than just slicing up paper. And for once, it does not feel like it's 13 degrees in the war room for reasons that are beyond my guessing. So I don't have to have a heater running in here, which is nice. However, I am unreasonably warm. And we are going through the full grip progression on the strops. Trying to get this thing the nicest edge possible because, again, I could have worn on it and not realized it. Like for most people, it's not a ton, but for me, this thing got a lot of carry time and a lot of use at work, which was light use, but Any use adds up. Okay. And let me clean whatever the sticky spot is off of the blade. And we'll see where the edge is and then reset the timer. Now, boys, that's how you spill denatured alcohol all over a wooden table. And now you know. I need to see if I have more of this somewhere. All right, let's take a look at the edge now. Really? All right, significantly sharper. I love those drops. And because we can, we'll take a look at the cardstock. Yeah. Now we sharp. We sharp. So we'll set the timer back to 3:25 start time. That is a lot better. I am looking forward to knowing that I'm not going to have to go back into work for a solid week. I cannot tell you I can't tell you just how much I'm looking forward to a week off. It's one thing I missed about the old couch surfing days. I wasn't necessarily worried about finding a full-time job. You know, I could just scrape together a few bucks here and there and get by. You know, granted, the behavior was quite parasitic, but had surprisingly few concerns day to day. Yeah, you just kind of go with whatever's happening around you that day. Like, plan? I don't plan for shit, dude. Like, I kind of miss not having to plan anything. You know what that is? That's the hot glue they sealed the box up with. Come on, y'all, we got to get chat going. Like we had some good knife questions going there for a minute. At least some relatively interesting ones. That was a nice cut. Well, it's chunky this way, but the blade stock is not that thick. It's just you got a pretty long flat. I feel like the very slightest of hollow grinds on it. Like, I figured this would be a good cutter. However, the bevel down on the end here is tiny and a bit obtuse. But I've also got the feeling that the kind of people they're selling it to are either taking it and going straight to work with and wailing on it, or they're going to put their own edge on it anyways. So if we make it to the 4-hour mark, we may end up pausing and putting a new edge on this thing and seeing how that do. know, like the $80 or $89 I spent on this is not much for some guys, but it's a lot for me. So I kind of don't want to throw it on the belt grinder, because that's not a perfect edge by any stretch of the imagination left behind. And like, I'm only just now starting to screw around with freehanding it, so I don't want to practice that and screw it up there. All right, let's see how bad these Frito-Lay boxes are. The edge crush test on it is 32 pounds, so pretty normal stuff. Magenta, what is up? What is up? Yeah, we just dropped this thing back to life because it did see some carry and use before we started this. And if you're new here, set yourself up with a decent strop and load it down with diamond paste. Let me tell you right now, that diamond paste is a game changer. And we got some Frito-Lay boxes. The Frito-Lay guy stacked a bunch of them up for me before I left work yesterday. So I got a bunch of these guys, which that is a much more normal, easygoing cut. Like that, the 44-pound crush test that we've been doing is way harder to push through. I've got some 71-pound crush test cardboard to play with at some point tonight too, but I don't want to do that right now. I wonder how many of the 22 people that started here. Oh, nice, dude. Like, I still like Second Tier, man. It's a nice name. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I wonder how many people out of the 22 that started dipped out the second the Ninja came out. Yeah, well, I mean, you're the one that has to be happy with it ultimately. Doesn't matter that much what we like. You know, you're the one that's got to like it. That's it. I can't tell you how glad I am now that I've been using it for a while. I can't tell you how grateful I am that I thought of knives, I guess, and stuck with it. It was like when I first pulled that out of my ass, I'm like, it's kind of lame. And then after a little while using it, I'm like, yeah, you know what? This is a good name. You're not the one looking at your haircut all the time, though. Everybody else is. You're just the one that's got to wear it. There's a difference. Like, everybody else besides you is looking at your haircut all day. Like, your mom might have meant well, but that's kind of misleading. I don't know. You've always come on here saying you got some good deals at a pawn shop. Like, every live stream I've done, you just got some good deals at a pawn shop somewhere. Which is probably the one that moved 20 miles away from your house, or 22. Ugh. I'll say ergonomically, this thing is pretty sound for what we're doing. part I don't want to cut out of the way first. However, I'm assuming you're mere moments away from telling us what those deals are. There we are. The Camillus from the 60s I'm definitely interested in. I got a soft spot for Camillus. Well, the problem he had with oh damn, that's a cheap leak. The problem he had with knockoff knives is there's some guys who'll go into their live streams, and because most of us are strongly anti-clone, they'll see that and get pissed and just kind of start going off, which is understandable. Especially when they're looking at all that stuff at a quick glance, while they're you know, trying to pull super chats and talk and everything else at the same time. Yeah, I haven't gotten to play around with a leak yet. If I find one used cheap enough that I can't turn it down, sure. But beyond that, I'm not too worried about it. I wish I could remember. I went to a concert years and years ago. Wasn't a great concert, but I had a knife in my pocket that I was very attached to that I forgot to take out and leave in the car. And somehow security just knew I had it and confiscated it before I could go in. And there was nothing I could do about it, because it would have taken about 40 minutes to walk to the car and back. And I had people with me. I absolutely cannot remember what the hell that thing was. And after Blade Show, I'm going to be looking on eBay for some stainless or some Pakistani steel from back in the day to do this with, and some stainless china from back in the day. Probably look for a really old case knife. I saw some that were in really bad shape for around 20 bucks. And seeing how we're doing this right here with it, doesn't matter what it looks like as long as the blade will stay in place when we push on it. Oh, trash knives can be fun. This is where I almost wish you could share pictures on here, but I understand the situation that would create almost immediately. It would just be nothing but racist symbology and nudity. That's the only thing that would come out of showing pictures here. Yeah, I'm curious to see what you got. Speaking of which, I gotta find my Wartech. I got a solid gold colored knife somewhere. It's probably upstairs in the drawer of knives, if I had to guess. I said, man, you can have some fun with trash. And Bill, if you're in here, your strop and diamond paste haven't shown up yet, have they? Oh yeah, we're all in here for the same thing. This is not a channel that flexes with $200 to $500 knives every day. You know, I don't have a company sending me like a stack of $300 knives every day to check out. Okay, cool. Yeah, like I don't need to, but once in a while I get bored enough to want to go out of the house and get into something like that, and usually I don't have the energy to do it. But okay, let me try to pronounce this. Nicolina Kipsick, if I got right. What's up? So we're doing Cardboard Slayer. We're cutting this up for as many hours as I can take it with Kaiser Sheepdog XL on 154 cm. See how long the factory edge holds up. Sister Donut, what is going on? What have you been up to? But yes, at some point, like this is the most ballsy I've been with Cardboard Slayer, is going in on something that's over $30. At some point, I have to break out the bug out and see how that S30V does. But I don't want to be sitting here for 3 days pushing a bug out through cardboard. Gotcha. Yeah, I've been doing not much, except I came downstairs to get all the cardboard I need set up instead of scattered across the war room. It's all an easy reach. And get frustrated with Angry Birds too. Like, that's been my day. And I also put a little practice in on freehand sharpening. All right, Smart Food White Cheddar. It's time to atone for your sins. Well, that's the whole point behind these Cardboard Slayers is, you know, guys will get knives and they'll do a review on them, and it's just, yeah, I had this on me for a few days. I loved it. Open and close it a few times. And not really rag it out, you know? Like, I've seen, I think Stassa23 will show some clips of him doing Cardboard Slayer and cutting up other stuff, and I believe him. That's just like the Temu knives, and guys are just like, you know, they get them out of the box, and, you know, they're like, huh, all right. Yeah, this thing is awesome. You should get some of these for your friends, too. Like, these are amazing. Like, sir, they are not. You did not carry them. You did not use them. You have done nothing with them. I promise you they are awful. And I have found out, yes, they are awful. Like, if it wasn't for these live streams, I wouldn't have developed a fetish for 18-degree edge angles. Ah, come on. Do my bidding. Cardboard. But yeah, doing the Cardboard Slayer on a live stream of all things is definitely a niche. You're right about that. So I'm not sure whether or not this will grow into anything where I pull a decent sized audience. Because I mean, the guys that are developing the big audiences or cultivating the big audiences, like, you know, Stassa, Bees, Metal Complex, like, they're giving a couple of knives away every stream, and that's why people are there. You know, you can wait out the giveaway, and then after the giveaway's over, even the guys that are doing the streams are just like, okay, now that that's over and everybody's gone, what do we want to talk about? It's like, they know. And I'm wondering how much those extra sets of eyes pay into, you know, YouTube's monetization and what they get in return for that. Because I have to assume, like, you know, Metal Complex, he gets enough knives in every week, you know, where he can do that and he's not really out a ton of money. I don't know about the other guys. I know they get a lot of stuff in to check out too. However, here, we're only checking out stuff I bought, with the exception of that Gin Captain knife, which those guys were cool as hell about it. Like, I really love the fact that they sent me in something to check out. I'm hoping maybe I can hook up with them again whenever they release a new kit. Because one thing I'd love is to see something, either a big ass pocket cleaver, I would happily accept that, or something more in line with the bug out and the Olatans, where it's a little bit smaller, a little bit more compact, a little flatter, carries a bit easier. Because, like, you know, this thing is pretty well standard pocket knife size. That being said, it's a bit thick, it weighs a little bit. A fantastic knife. You know, you may or may not dig the looks, but it's a great knife. It did very well in Cardboard Slayer. It carried nicely enough. It's just there got to be some options. All right, we're going back in on another chunk of 44-pound cardboard, which I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got 6 or 7 of these boxes left. I do not know a brand called Isel from Portugal, and also hello and welcome. Give me a second. Mr. Lumen Gentium, if I pronounce that right. I think I did. I feel fairly confident about that one. But I mean, something you learn quick. I don't know a lot of things. I'm not an expert here. You know, this is still like a 1,000 subscriber channel, so the 1,000 subscriber channel and all of our knives are pretty much $50 and below. This was a special expenditure for me because I had to have this giant pocket slab. I've only got a small handful of knives over $100. Oh, good deal. I got it right. But yeah, so this is the Kaiser Sheepdog XL on 154 cm, and we're cutting this up to see how long the edge lasts before it wears out, and seeing how long I can go. Our record is 7 hours. I'm trying to beat that tonight. As you can imagine, 7 hours of doing this is going to be a treat. We're about to close out the 1 hour mark. Blackbird Tactics, what's up? 420 HC. I'm trying to think. I think I've had some 420 that's been put in the rotation here that we haven't gotten yet. But your edge retention is going to be greatly affected by your edge geometry as much as anything else, and your heat treatment. You know, it depends on what you're doing with it too. Like, so I'm trying to think. The 440 stainless on the or the 440 on the Buck 110 from 1980 took about 2 hours to wear out. Knockoff knives can come in here, and he can tell you what chemically what it's similar to, or second tier. So we got a question about 420 HC. I know that's directly comparable to another series of steel. If you could fill us in on that. Because I think 420 HC. All right, beautiful. I'll see you later. Love you. The 420 HC, that should be between 2 to 2.5 hours of doing this. Like, if I remember right, the edge retention should be comparable to 8CR. Or Pins and Blades, what's up? Sheepdog XL. We're doing 154 cm tonight. I was going to ask you guys if you wanted me to just run this or let the 20-sided die pick it. They said 20-sided die, and it still picked it, so good times abundant. All I've done is strop the edge because I did carry it and I had some wear on it, and I could feel some dull spots. Sister Donut, I can't speak for everyone else, but I am quite well at the moment. Just enjoying my day off from work and doing this. But yeah, 420HC is on the lower end of steels, but it's still going to hold an edge, you know. That's one of those where the heat treatment is dialed in. They know what it is and how to do it. The feel's all right. The ergos are pretty good so far. This right here is not getting trashed nearly as bad as it normally does. And the cut's still okay. It's taking a little bit of force to push it through. But again, this was a fairly obtuse factory edge. I said, I'm pretty sure this is designed to either... Midnight, what is up, dude? I'm pretty sure this is either intended for either like just beating on it, or you're gonna put your own edge on it anyway, so it doesn't matter. But that's just a guess. Oh yeah, definitely. This thing is built like an absolute tank. Let's see if I can catch the noise. The noise when this thing opens is fantastic. I don't know how well it carried over there to y'all, but I love the way it sounds. Like, I normally don't care that much about what a knife sounds like when it opens, but that one's unique. Sorry, I had to miss it from the much better half to check out. Yep, I hit my support. Yeah, there's the noise. Yeah, so if you got steel questions, Second Tier is the guy to ask. He's got a lot of information available to him. So at least chemically and composition-wise, he knows a lot about what that is. Also, Josh Likes Food, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I know, like, I'm not sure whether that sound was intentional or not, but I really like it. And like, if you're new here, I love my ridiculous pocket cleavers and my pocket swords. And this one is fantastic for just sheer shock value when you whip it out. It's kind of up there with the cold steel pocket swords. Like, you know, you pull a frenzy out, especially around people that aren't super into knives. The reactions are priceless. All right, knockoff. I will take a look when I get a chance to, but I will see you in a little bit. Yeah, and this thing is really smooth too. Nice guillotine. Oh yeah, I can hear a little bit of that squeak. Thank you, Sister Donut. Yeah, a friend of mine that is into much more expensive, higher end stuff than I am, kind of got the whiff that I really like my oversized folders, and he said I had to have this one. So looked at it and got it. I think that the picture on the listing, they photoshopped it to look about twice as big as it is. Like they photoshopped a really tiny hand holding onto it. So I wasn't sure what the scale was actually going to be when I got it. And, you know, I was hoping it was a little bigger, but yeah, saying I hope I had more money in the wallet than I do. So I've got my Work Sharp Precision Adjust for a lot of my sharpening. I've also got the Work Sharp Kin Onion with the blade grinding attachment, so I can do the slack belt across the top in between the rollers. And I've just started screwing around with hand sharpening, like freehand, which my second try I got some good results. So I'm working on learning how to appreciate the sprinkles. I'm working on learning how to freehand sharpen because I've never been able to do it. But, you know, I've been watching a lot of Outdoors 55 and, you know, looking at how he's doing things, just sitting at the table. It's kind of giving me a lot of information, what to go on. No, this one's not hand sharpened, sir. This is a factory edge. No. This is the one that I hand sharpened. It's a GVDV ZD18. It is a, I think a $12 knife. And for Super Budget Showdown, and it placed in the middle of the pack. Like, it was a good enough knife, comfortable to use. However, the liner lock here is difficult to access, and the thumb plate's also difficult to use. So it got dinged for that. But this is going to be the easiest cut we take for a few more hours. Well, I mean, this is the second knife I've ever hand sharpened. It is shaving. It is doing the paper cut super nice. It is if I can get the paper to cooperate. But I also have a lot of, well, I got a lot of practice with the fixed angle system, which has shown me a lot about what I need to be doing. I've got experience with the slack belt grinding and holding my angle on that to get a clean, most of the time I can get a clean edge on it off of that, but those belt grinders can and will round your tip off if you're not careful. Yeah, no problem, pins and blades. So I've kind of got an idea what I'm doing there. And on the first one I did, where the hell is that? I did a curved tanto. And I'm going to take a look for that thing real quick. And I can show you where my first attempt didn't go as well. Where did I put you? Where are you? I put you somewhere. I know I put that thing somewhere, but I don't see it now. Oh, it was right next to me. Right next to me. Okay, so this is the first one I did. And the edge along here is pretty clean, but you get up into this tip right here. It's not so good. Like, that side came out all right. This side, however, if you can see, it did not come out nearly as nice. This is the Kaiser Sheepdog XL. But this one also, very, very easy cut. And I guess I gotta get some more paper. And at some point tonight, I have to get up and go acquire more copy paper. But yeah, I got it nice and sharp. So like my hand sharpening, I would say it's not the best. However, at 600 grit, it was still doing a cut on paper and shaving. However, once I busted out the strops, it really went through the roof. Which those strops can almost sharpen a dull knife by themselves. You know, if you don't have it, get a decent leather strop and get some diamond paste for it. You know, I've got a 5-step stropping system with diamond paste that goes from 24 grit down to 2.5 or 24 micron down to 2.5 micron. And it does wonders. See, like the biggest problem I had on the first one was starting off on that curved Tonto. That was not the best starting point to learn on. And I didn't get the bevel ground like right about here. Will it show up on the light? The bevel goes back to the factory edge there. I didn't quite get that right. I thought I was getting it, but I couldn't quite get it worked in there. Oh yeah, I've seen those guys. I've seen that guy, and I've seen guys take paper and accordion fold it standing up and just bring the knife down through it. Like, I don't think my work sharp precision adjust can get me quite there. I'm more than happy with the results, but hand sharpening is the way to go on that one. And of course, the edge that you make off of that's going to be really fragile. And yeah, I know strops are 154 cm. How are you doing, Sole Deo Gloria 22? No, soy Dio Gloria. I am Dio Gloria. Yeah, Kaiser Sheepdog XL 154 cm. But yeah, like I made a point to keep working on that edge on the stones until I could shave with it. I'm doing good. Like, we're hanging out here having a lot of fun, and I'm trying to beat my personal record for live stream length and going to the 8-hour mark. The longest I've done is 7, so we're going to shoot for 8. But the block that I used is a cheap sharpening block from Harbor Freight. It's got 200, 300, 400, and 600 grit on it. And so off of that 600 grit, off of that cheap, questionable block, I still had it shaving and doing the paper cut nicely enough. And I wanted to get there before I started stropping. Because if you've been on these live streams before, you know what those strops can do to a blade. And I think my first box is full. What do we got here? More 44 pound. We've got our, I don't know what the hell this is. I know this stuff doesn't like being cut. Let's try some of this out. Sorry, I'm trying to go through and pick some, pick the pieces I cut kind of carefully because I'm going to have to be working on this all night. And I don't want to annihilate myself on it. Which, this stuff is really difficult to cut. I don't have the edge crush test rating on this. It's not on this piece of the box. So, oh yeah. So like, this is where your factory edge not being the best shows up compared to that. This is why I like my 18-degree edges. And when or if we hit the point we got to sharpen this tonight, it's getting an 18-degree edge. Like, I know that edge is not 18 degrees, but it's hand sharpened out. This is at 18 degrees. Yeah. Like, the edge you put on it makes a huge difference in your quality of life. Yeah, that stuff is insanely difficult to cut. Then we got our 61 pounds. Let's give our 61 pound a cut. Oh, God. This is not the most difficult cut I've taken on this stuff, but you can see where the edge does not like being pushed through it. Okay, so that's that. Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of these post Great Grains boxes. These cut like crap too. The cardboard is just a bit too soft. Let's see how it does on this, because that's when we stopped and sharpened on the last live stream. Was we ran a bunch of this stuff and it wouldn't cut it worth of crap. Punisher, what's up? We got the Sheepdog XL and 154 cm. The 20-sided die picked it for us. If you were here to predict it, we probably would have been on 7CR17. And of course, the factory edge on this isn't quite right for doing these slicey cuts, but we're getting by. We're going to say it's a good thing. Because like your old die has hooked me up your old 20-sided die has hooked me up one time too many. It's going to have to go to dice jail for something eventually. Like I said, I've got a strong feeling we're going to be stopping and putting a new edge on this thing at some point tonight. Which we're also going to see how long it takes to sharpen 154 cm by the end of the night. That's a decent cut. I'll take it. Yeah, that was that is spooked. Sorry, my brain doesn't work right. So I get people, names, and places mixed up constantly. Speaking of Fook, where the hell is he? So the edge is a little obtuse, but it's doing better than the edge on that Duratec from the last live stream. I wasn't either. Like, I started watching the stream right after I took a hefty dose of Seroquel, and it didn't take too long before I was like sleepy as shit, and getting too sleepy to really pay attention to what was happening. I'm just like, I don't want to pay attention to this. So I didn't even make it to the giveaway part. I even grabbed like a 4-foot tall empty box for the cardboard for this, planning on it being a long live stream. Yeah, I should have hung out to see what I wasn't going to win before I left. But my luck on stuff like that is absolute shit. Like, I have had over half of the raffle tickets in an event and still did not get shit 5 drawings in a row. Like, what are the odds of that? And then they ran out of the good stuff to win, and I finally got a paper bag with about $10 worth of crap that I couldn't use. Yeah, I don't understand the appeal with the Remet gravity knives. Like, I get it, gravity knives were illegal for a while, and that made them cool for a while, but I don't find them that appealing. Jesus Christ, there you are, Fook. 20-sided die. Picked out Kaiser Sheepdog XL, 154 cm. And we were just saying, if the old 20-sided die would have guessed it, we'd probably be on 7CR17 right now. I don't think I've seen those gravity knives before, but German stuff from World War II doesn't have a lot of appeal to me. Like the STG-44, yeah, sure, it's a cool gun, but I kind of don't want one. You know, for fairly obvious reasons. Like, I'll see guys that'll post captured German officers' knives from that point. I'm like, bro, why do you want that in your hands? I don't care that it's a historical piece. I don't care about shit else. Why the hell do you want that? And I understand you probably don't sympathize, but Jesus Christ, man. But that is going to be as political as this thing gets tonight. Just had to share that. No, like, there are some things I do want from World War II. Was it? I believe the Ma Deuce was used in World War II. But the thing I really want is a service-issued and service-carried 1911 from World War II. Oh God, a World War I 1911, I would be touching myself right now. Yeah, I think I saw where the last of the military surplus 1911s from back then finally sold off. Like they did the last batch they had. I could be wrong. But yeah, I mean, at this point, there's just such a high markup on it that, it's not worth it to me to pay that much of a markup on something that I'm not going to use when I can buy a 1911 for much cheaper. That's just one of those pie in the sky deals. I'd love to have a World War II or World War I carried service 1911 like that. But it's buying something I can't use. Now, I will say one thing that, even though I probably shouldn't be interested in, is looking up old Soviet era tools and tooling. Like, I think I saw somebody. I think I saw somebody that was like restoring a vise that's, it wasn't made in Russia or anything like that. It had CCCP on it, and that. That's kind of just a cool artifact from history. Just stuff from the Cold War. Even though communism didn't work so good, at least there is some history there that's not tied to something horrifying. What the hell? I'm doing that thing. I was gonna say something and drew a blank. Yeah, I would be getting rid of that as fast as I could. Although, knowing me and my nature, unless someone offered a I can't refuse that amount of money, it'd just be going in the forge and getting melted. Like, bye. I don't want it. See ya. One nice thing is the dingus into the flipper tab here is hitting the table before my knuckles are, and that is saving me so much discomfort. So in that department, it's doing better than the Civivi did. Sprinkles. Would you like to pick the figure? Yeah, right. So you can pick from the robot, the Grim Reaper, Frankenstein, Scuba Guy, the Mummy, the Knight, or the Alien. Yes, the dingus saves Knuckles. Ace on Knives, what's going on, dude? Haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing, man? I know, Rich has been hiding for a while. I appreciate it, man. I'm still working on hitting the point where I can earn from the channel, which killing the view time is not a problem, but it looks like I also have to have like 10 million shorts viewed. I don't know how long it's going to take to hit that. Yeah, I know you talked about wanting to take a break. Love SZ. I pretty sure I didn't pronounce that right, but hey, how you doing? Welcome. If you're just coming in, we've got a Kaiser Sheepdog XL and 154 cm, and we are testing the edge retention and hanging out and shooting the shit. So this is a lot of like reviewing and looking at knives. Most of them are in the $50 or less range, and this right here is testing edge retention, largely because it's a good excuse to hang out with you guys in the chat, and a lot of guys that do knife stuff don't put them through it like this before they do the review. All right, Fook, see you in a bit. And with most of these, I had 4 knives to pick from, and I rolled a 20-sided die, and the 20-sided die picked this one out for us. And then at some point tonight, we're probably going to be reprofiling it to a new edge angle. Silver, what's up? And yeah, we haven't done 154 cm before, so I'm betting the steel is going to last longer than I want to. If you're new here, we're taking a shot at an 8-hour live stream. I've done 7 hours before, and I don't have anything else going on, so we're going to try for 8 hours. Yeah, what's the question? The worst knife I've ever tested. This piece of shit right here. Sentimental ST155. All right, this thing is bad all the way around, and I am going to gripe for a minute. Yeah, I love my cleaver blades though. But problem the first is you have a front flipper and a back flipper. And you see how those are set up? If you don't get your finger out of the way quick enough, it gets smashed in here, and it is incredibly painful. The front flipper is so hard to use. There's a strong detent. This thing is so wide. It's really hard to get a good grip on it. The thumb hole is way too small, but you can use it. However, the ergos are so bad that after about an hour, my hand was so chewed up that I had to stop carrying it. And even clipped in the pocket, this thing rubbed hot spots. So a good knife, under $70 USD. What are you trying to do with the knife? That's the first important question. I don't have any gravity knives. I was just talking about that. Like gravity knives, I don't find that appealing. I know the Riyadh X01 and the Swordfish are really popular. But yeah, and no, I don't have a European supplier. My supplier is Amazon, sometimes Blade HQ and Knife Center, and once in a while Midway USA. But yeah, like I don't, like I'm in America. I am in the southeastern part of America where it's rednecks, guns, and I can carry any damn knife I feel like it. As long as the blade doesn't go over 12 inches. And even if it's like 12, 13 inches. Shit. The best knife for self-defense is the one that you know how to use. Problem is, if you're not trained for fighting with knives, it doesn't matter which one you're holding. You're just kind of flailing around blindly and hoping you hit something. Now, a good knife that I've found for carrying and general use, especially for the price, there is the Monocala Assault Team 1. And I'm going to look at it on Amazon for you. Yeah, so let me open up Amazon. I'll show you what the knife is, but you get a 14C 28N blade, which is going to be good for edge retention, especially in the budget range. And you get titanium. You get a titanium frame lock, under $50. So yeah, like if you're going to do self-defense with a knife, you want a fixed blade and a fairly large one, especially if you don't know how to knife fight. That's like your best chance. Okay, it's gone up to $43.99 since I bought mine. I bought mine at $35. But you're looking at a flipper tab. You got a tip-up pocket clip. You got titanium here that shaves a lot of weight off it. The ergonomics on it are pretty damn good. And overall, it's a fantastic knife. Like, I love carrying mine a lot. Let's see. Where's that share button? More. Copy. And like, I am on a very crude, next to no budget setup here, so I don't know if Amazon does anything in Hungary. God almighty. But yeah, that's the link for it. But yeah, so the Monicala is just a flipper tab. I don't I'd have to look at the listing again and see if it had thumb studs. But if you're trying to go under $50, that's probably one of the first things that I would think of. Because yeah, like, I have no clue what's available in Hungary. You know, I'm assuming the same stuff made from anybody in China that's shipping out is probably going to be available there for the most part. So I think Tools for Gents might be based in Europe. Those might be guys to go to, but you're looking at some expensive stuff. So the only buck pocket knife, thank you so much for the sub. The only buck knife that I have is a buck 110 that was made in 1980 or 1981. And so you'll hear me talk about him a lot, but my uncle passed away very suddenly in 2007 without warning. And I got a box of his old knives, and you know, I was very, very attached to that man. You know, before he passed. So, yeah, no, the Monicala is not an automatic. It's just a flipper tab. But I've got his buck 110, and he loosened the action up. Let me see if I can grab it and do it. Yeah, there it is. So there's a ton of blade play in this thing, and you can hear it. You can do a downwards flick on it and flick it open. There we are. And so that makes it a little bit scary. Like, I can't carry this in my pocket because it takes no pressure to start opening this thing. So I've used it for Cardboard Slayer. We put a nice edge on it, and you know, it'll do that. The edge wore down at about the 2-hour mark, which is worse than 8CR13 does. So I like that buck. Oh, I've got a Buck Knives Decatur too. The Decatur I don't like so much. No, sir, I don't have any butterfly knives. I haven't had one of those since like 1993, and that was a cheap one. But the stuff that I do on the channel is stuff that I can carry with me at work and carry for an extended period, so I can do a fair review on any problems I find or the parts that are really good. And basically what I can carry is modern folders with a good pocket clip on them. And that's kind of what this channel's been all about for the longest time. So my blade length law, let me convert this to centimeters real quick. Let me convert this real quick for you. Uh, 30.48 centimeters. So basically anything under 30 centimeters is fair game. However, if you're carrying something that big and the police stop you, you may have to have an explanation for it so they don't go crazy on you. But it's legal. But I can carry automatics, I can carry butterflies, I can carry gravity knives, I can carry switchblades, like I can carry whatever the hell I want. and I can have it in my pocket and quote unquote concealed. It's like the blade on this thing, you see this, right? I have got large hands. And I carried this a ton before I started the channel. So yeah, I mean that's what we're focused on is you know, cheap low-end modern knives and seeing which ones do really, really well, because we have found some really good stuff. I mean, really good stuff. The Olatan's T025 I gave away, that thing is fantastic. Yeah, I know, and it's weird how the knife laws work. Isn't it? Like, right now, I appreciate the fact that it's state to state. I don't have a good quality multi-tool like that. I know what you're talking about. I don't have a good quality one. We tried this one out, and I've got my cheap knife sticker right there. But this thing lasted about 20 minutes on a good edge before it went south. But the multi-tool that I have that's actually, it's not a good multi-tool. It just has a blade on it that I love. And I just saw it. Yeah. So we got this multi-tool here. And it's got that going for it, so it is a multi-tool. However, the blade on it, that's the blade on it. So yeah, like the last Swiss Army knife that I had came from my uncle before his wedding, and that did not survive the it did not survive the series of emergency moves, especially the ones that happened after my divorce. So in Hungary, is the US dollar worth a lot more than your currency, or is it right about this? Because are y'all on euros? That's the question. Are you guys in Hungary using the euro? And let me so 8 centimeters. Eight centimeters is still a 3-inch blade. So under 3 inches. Let me take a look at the Monte Carlo again. 3.4. Yeah, the Monte Carlo is about a centimeter over the length. I don't know whether or not they'd be that strict with it. I don't have any Glock handguns. I've got one 1911. It's chambered in 45 ACP. It's built out of a bunch of random parts that my uncle put together, but he knew exactly what he was doing, so it's a very, very good 1911. I've got a 1911 chambered in 22 long rifle, and that's it. Something you got to understand is I am very, very cash strapped. I don't have a lot of money to play with, which is how we wound up with, you know, the channel being about knives that are around 30 to 30 bucks, like 15 to 30 bucks is kind of where we live. And the guys that are here and watch this stuff, those are the knives they're interested in because they can afford them too. Well, yeah, like I was taught how to take apart I was taught how to take apart 1911s, put them back together, work on them. I love the way they feel when they shoot, like mine in particular. Like, I will say the Glock that I did shoot, I did not like one bit. You pull the trigger and then you hit a spot where it just totally stops and you got to squeeze even harder to shoot it like that. No, why? Like, I don't want that. That thing pulled all of my shots to the left. Like, I had to compensate for that. I don't like it. I know there are some Glocks that don't have it, but yeah, and no, I don't. It's legal to carry a gun where I'm at. However, I'm not trained to handle a situation where guns start getting pulled, you know. Um, and what I don't want to do is get scared and pull a gun and then like, I don't want to shoot someone in a situation that could have been de-escalated by talking because I got scared and panicked. I don't want that on me. And since I'm not trained to handle situations like that, I just don't carry. You know, I've got a pretty crazy looking machete in the door of my truck. If I get out waving that thing around and yelling as loud as I can because I'm a big guy, if that doesn't work, I'm in over my head. I'm fucked. I'm gonna look up some cases in carbon steel. Like, I'm still not comfortable with people sending stuff in, but they can be found for like 20 bucks on eBay, so they're not hard to find. Yeah, my 1911, I think it was put together with some pretty high-end parts, and I bought it from my uncle for like 400 bucks, I think, which was a steal. Which, when he brought that to my house to deliver it to me and hang out for a little while, that was the last time I saw him alive. So, like, I'm real sentimental about that thing. Yeah, I don't have cash to buy. I don't have cash to buy anything. Yeah, no, that Glock, you pull the trigger and it just stops dead, and I didn't know that was a thing. So, like, I'm turning it over in my hand trying to figure it out, and then I had to keep squeezing, and it was so damn hard to squeeze it until it popped. Like, it was so bad. But yeah, the 1911 I have chambered in 22. I bought that myself. It's a Chiappa. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but that is for going to the shooting range. Because it doesn't matter how big the hole in the paper is, it just matters where it is. And 22 long rifle ammo is as cheap as it gets. So, like, I can buy a box of 1,000 rounds and spend some time at the range, or I can buy like a $50 box of 45 ACP and basically blow through that in like 5 clips or something like that, 5 mags. Like, my 45, the 45, you got a nice clean trigger pull, and at about the 70%, 75% of the trigger sweep, it goes. The 1911, it is upstairs put away. Like, it is on the entire other side of the house. No worries, Spook. Yeah, like, I don't have anything against 9mm. It's kind of one of those things where a bullet's a bullet. It's gonna punch a hole, and yeah, there's an advantage to having more ammo for sure. You know, 45, but my stopping power ain't really the thing. You know, that's not what I'm like. I haven't done ASMR, but I also don't want to sit here and do this for like 3 hours straight without talking. Like, that would get so boring. I do like Victorinox. I've had a couple of them. I don't have one right now, but you know, they were fairly handy for me when I carried them. But like I said, The last one I had was the groomsman's gift from my uncle for his second wedding, and it just disappeared. I don't know where it is. It'll never be seen again. Lost to the void. And sprinkles, you never picked a figure. You got the robot, the Grim Reaper, Frankenstein, Scuba Guy, the Mummy, the Knight, or the Alien. You never picked one. Yeah, the only thing with Victorinox knives and, you know, those small multi-tools in general is I'm never in a situation where a tool that small does me any good. You know, if I have to work on something, it's usually significantly larger than a multi-tool will cover. And it's a little bit less convenient, but I can always go out to the truck and get what I need out of my toolbox. You know, I haven't had a single situation where I need to fix anything small enough for a Swiss Army knife to work. Thank God for small favors. I have not gotten hurt when testing yet. I got a little tiny nick right here, shaving some hair off with a knife that actually Sprinkles himself sent me. But I was trying to shave and I was very tired and I angled the knife wrong. All right, Sprinkles is not going to pick a figure, apparently. Punisher, which figure do you want? Next knife is not happening until the edge wears out on this one. That's where we're looking to see how long it takes the edge to wear out. The Grim Reaper is still an option. We'll do that. You want to go through the cycle up or down on it? All right. This is where we lose some viewers. We are lowering the property value, gentlemen. I counted like 170 folding knives, and there's probably about 30 or 40 fixed blades. All right. Let's get the song out of it. Yeah, we're down to 13. There we are. So my EDC knife changes every week. You know, yeah, three people checked. What? Two came back. So because I'm carrying these things to do videos on them and stuff like that, a knife will get carried for a week, and I'll do a video and move on to the next one. So I don't have a single EDC knife, and I haven't tried a karambit yet. Like I don't have one, and a lot of what I'm buying is either pocket cleavers or drop points. Like I've got a few Tantos that I like. I like a Tanto well enough, but you know, like trying to sharpen them. I don't have the hang of sharpening those yet, which is normally not that big of a deal, but the other thing I've had is the Tantos that I have bought have been really thick wedges of steel with bad edge bevel angles. So I've got limited experience with the Tantos. No, I'm in Georgia. Which I remember our gun laws loosened up quite a bit recently, but I don't remember what they are exactly. The coolest knife I've tried, and you got to take into account, I love my pocket cleavers and I love my weird knives. So the coolest thing I've tried is probably the Van Hoy Snapfire, or the Mantis Gearhead. Which those are also like all the way upstairs on the other end of the house in the drawer of stuff. I did a knife giveaway at 1,000 subs, but again, I am incredibly broke. Like, I do not have, how to put this. Right now, I don't have 20 bucks to spare for something new for the channel right now. So the giveaways happen, like, it took till 1,000 subs for me to do a giveaway, the 1K giveaway, and I may not do one again until 2K. I know there are guys like Bees Blades, Metal Complex, all that give away knives every live stream, but I don't have it like that. Yeah, Sprinkles is sending something, and normally I'm not cool with people sending me stuff. However, he is a friend in real life, and we have sent each other plenty of stuff over the years. A Jurassic World collector, hey man, this channel ain't big enough that you gotta ask for it. I ain't that important, brother. Yeah, I know here in Georgia you can pretty easily get a permit for concealed carry. I don't know the open carry laws. Yeah, I think guys think this channel's bigger than it is. I did say hello. You're talking about say Leo? Why do I need to say Leo? You just trying to make sure I read it? Oh, thanks, man. Chat's going by slow enough that you are seen. Elusive Floppy Disk, what's up? We have got the Kaiser Sheepdog XL in 154 cm. The 20-sided die was kind tonight. Yeah, like if you go back and check out the channel, like there's a whole bunch of different knives that have been shown off. I've also got one series called Super Budget Showdown where I bought knives that cost $15 or less and put them head to head against each other. And there's also Temugeddon. I spent 10 weeks carrying Temu knives to put those head to head and see how bad they were, and they sucked. Me, I am 43 years old. Yeah, like when I started the stream, I was going to ask, should I just go straight for the 154 cm since it's been asked for a whole lot, and the 20-sided die still picked it. Yeah, Texas got constitutional carry, but their power grid can't handle anything below 45 degrees. Wonderful trade-off. Nah, I got nothing against Texas, but I am going to make fun of it. All right, brother. Oh, yes, it was fated. The pact is sealed. Yeah, no, I'm 43. Sorry, like some of these comments, there's going to be about a 40-second delay between me reading your comment and you getting an answer. So, like, it takes a little bit of patience to get a response. No, actually, I just inherited land out in Texas. Like, my mom's side of the family is from Texas, so I've been there a couple of times. Mary, hey, how's it going? I've been to Texas a couple of times. Once for my cousin's wedding at the Texas Ren Fest. Once for my grandfather's funeral, and once to see other family out there. But other than that, I haven't been to Texas for anything that I can remember, which means if I was there, it was when I was way too little to remember things. But yeah, I know someone was asking about getting hurt with knives, and this is probably the worst I've been hurt so far right here. Like that was hurt. That was hurt. Oh, that's rough, dude. Like I've been in situations where like I could have potentially been stabbed or shot. But I was like, nope, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Want no part of this. Bye bye. Bye forever. You tell your mom I love her. No, I haven't gotten scammed, but again, I buy from reputable places. I don't have that problem. I don't buy from sketchy places that I don't have any faith in. It's been an hour and a half, and we haven't taken a look at this edge yet. Yeah, no, your best bet in any situation like that, just run, leave, get away now. Don't stand there and try to fight. Don't try to stab. Don't try to shoot. Just run. You know, the only time you should be fighting is when you can't run. All right, you might feel like a bit of a pussy for running, but it's way better than trying to fight. Like, the fight you won is the fight that didn't happen. Because trust me, I have bailed on some bad situations. There was one of them, it was like 2 cars full of people, and my dumbass friends started yelling shit at them and you know, being too cocky. And they all stopped and started getting out. And I was like, yep. I think only moderators can drop links. You can try. But, no, like I saw them cars stop and like 8 people were getting out. I'm like, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. And I fucking bailed somewhere else and went to a bus stop and just waited to go home. Patrick McCarthy, what's up, man? Welcome. So, yeah, I was like, nope. But yeah, the hell was I saying? Yeah, if you just got here, we are doing edge retention testing on the Kaiser Sheepdog XL. And I've got to check the edge on this in a second here because it's been like an hour and a half, and normally we check every hour. But yeah, like I was saying, like if I'm in a situation where knives are getting pulled or something, I am in way over my head. About the best thing I can do is rely on my size, being very loud, and hoping that I scare somebody out of a conflict. Please open me, please. I have no idea what that is, brother. Ew, yeah. So, like I said, this is the worst one I've gotten. This is the worst I've gotten it. Now, here's the thing. Oh. Yeah, listen to it open. That open is so good. Like, I love that sound. Okay, well. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? We're going to get all the hot glue cleaned off of the blade. and then we're going to check the edge. If you have hot glue or tape or something like that stuck to the edge, it will cause it to tear paper even when it's still sharp. This thing definitely got some adhesive stuck to it. Good God. Let that soak for a second. Yeah, that is a jar of denatured alcohol. So you're looking at whether or not a Wharncliffe or a sheep's foot can do better than a utility knife. That depends on what you're asking for out of it. Like if you're asking for a longer lasting edge, you can totally put that on there depending on the steel. But if you're looking for something you can beat on and throw away, yeah, you're not going to beat the box cutter. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the residual adhesive off before I start trying to test how fine the edge still is. I think we're good. I haven't had a knife instantly break when opened, but I had one that I needed to adjust the detent on, and with the slightest bit of pressure on the frame lock, it just snapped clean off. Yeah, you have those, like, box cutters are fantastic for stuff like that. But yeah, I've only had one that broke immediately, and that was because I needed to adjust the detent, and it snapped, and I don't have that thing anymore. Now, this knife right here, this is a very, very cheap knife, but the scales were held onto the frame with double-sided tape, so I made some new ones for it. And then this one right here, they were also double-sided tape, so I made new scales for it just to see if I could. Those were crap. Stilettos, I don't have any real stilettos necessarily, unless you count stuff like this, which I like them just fine. I don't have a problem with them. You know, it's just they don't offer any advantages over any other blade for what I'm doing. Like, that's all that is. Oh, wow, yeah, we got a number in. All right, so it's been an hour and a half of pushing through cardboard. Little tiny bit of edge wear. Let's try this diagonal. Screw it. Really? This is me screwing the cuts up, not necessarily the knife. So we got some edge wear, but not too much. Let's see, what else have I got? Like, this kind of fits a stiletto bill, but it's a cheap piece of shit from Temu. However, this blade ate up hours and hours of cardboard and didn't really wear that much. Like, the blade held its edge, but this thing, let's see if I can show it. Yeah, it ain't good. It ain't good at all. All right, let's try the cardstock. Yeah, it's showing a little bit of edge wear, but nothing crazy. And, of course, yeah, that's a nice cut. That's on the factory edge, and that factory edge is a bit obtuse. Knowing your wife, I think she'd be more prone to beating you to death with a frozen orange in a sock before using a knife, if I had to guess. Nameless EDC, what's going on, man? We're doing Cardboard Slayer with the Kaiser Sheepdog XL to check out the edge retention. That's what we're doing. We are at the 2-hour mark into this, so I'm giving my hand a little bit of a break before I start back in. No, I have not had to use self-defense with a knife, but again, like, I've listened to guys that know exactly what they're talking about. If I have a situation like that, I am leaving as quickly as possible. I am not sticking around and trying to fight. I ain't doing shit but leaving. I am 6'4" tall. I weigh just shy of 200 pounds. I'm not the guy people are going to look at and go, I'm going to go fuck with that guy. I'm not. And again, dude, if you're not a moderator, I don't believe you can drop a link. That doesn't work here. But yeah, like, and apparently I also have resting, very angry person face. Like, people are scared of me until I start talking to them and they realize I'm really relaxed and friendly. But before that, everyone's really intimidated. And I don't like that. I'd rather be seen like, I'd rather be approachable to begin with, but that's not me. Jiu-jitsu can build confidence and you can win a fight one-on-one, but if somebody's going to start fucking with you on the street, more than likely either they got people with them or they're armed. Yeah, resting murder face, that's what it is. Yeah, no, your best option, leave. Kindly fuck all the way off. You know, it's just, yep. This guy wants to be aggressive. Gotta go. And if they're still following you around being loud and aggressive, that means they're probably scared as hell and don't want to show it. And brother, I am not watching another video. Like, I am live streaming, dude. The sheepdog's doing good. Now, that being said, the factory edge angle is a little bit obtuse, so it's not as fine of a cut as it could be. Like, I've been working on learning how to freehand sharpen, and you want like butter, and this is the first knife I've ever freehand sharpened yesterday. No pressure. Like I said, we got a live stream running, man. I'm not watching another video right now. That's not what we're doing here. I don't break off and watch other videos. I'm not set off to share other videos, and until I know what's on the video, I'm sure as hell not sharing it. That's nothing against you. That's not what we do here. Like, if I'm sharing anything, thank you, Silver. Yeah, so like, I tried sharpening that tanto up, and you know, both the parts of the tanto on this are curved, and you can see here where I didn't quite stick the landing on it. Like, this side's a hell of a lot nicer, but it's still got really, really sharp. And then my second attempt, I took out this drop point right here, and this came out a lot better. You know, so I can go up to 600 grit on my sharpening block, and so like at 600 grit off of that, I was still shaving with it. I was still doing the paper cut, and then I put it on the strops. Dude, we can just talk about men's emotional stuff here. Like, that's one thing. I don't have shit to hide in that department. I ain't scared of talking about it. Like, and the guys that have been around here for a while know, like, if you got questions about emotional stuff and how to handle stuff like that, I will share whatever the fuck I know. You know, I have come from way too dark of a place, and I've had to learn way too much about how to handle things to not share what I know if someone needs it. Yeah, the drop point was way easier to sharpen. And if it was just a straight tanto, like if it was a... Shit, where is it? Where is it? Like, if it was like this one, where it's just a straight line for the tip, it would have been way easier to do. But that one's, the tip on that one curves up a little bit, kind of like the end of a finger or something like that. Like, I'm pretty sure I could do a better job on that other tanto, but that was the thing, dude. Yesterday, I went looking for a knife, or earlier today, I can't remember, but I went looking for a knife that I could sharpen and play around with and not care about. And every knife I picked up here was too damn sharp. Like, I didn't have a single dull knife to practice on. No, I haven't messed around with chisel grinds. So the cut in the left hand, it doesn't hurt now, and weirdly, it didn't hurt when it happened. Um, again, when I say I come from a very, very, very dark place, as a result of all that stuff that happened to me, pain doesn't show up kind of the same way it does other people. So I got bit by a machete there, and the only time it hurt was when like I put pressure on it this way or this way. But I stayed at that camp out for like 3 days. I never went to the doctor for it. Like I was playing cornhole, all that stuff. Um, and I never really messed with it. The hand fatigue is not bad. The ergos have been really kind so far, but there's also a lot for me to hold on to. It's not like a little narrow handle that's hard to grip. No. So there's a group I hang out with, and once or twice a year they do a camp out, and the first one I went to was like a couple hundred people deep. This one was like 60 people deep. And I went to cut up some firewood, and the blade I was using skipped off of the branch I was cutting and just swung around and caught me right there because my arm was just hanging loose. Oh, God. Ooh. Can't imagine cutting myself with an axe because I'd be swinging hard enough that whatever bones there no longer exists. But no, I got a friend of mine that was a nurse to look at it real quick. We washed it off. She slapped a maxi pad on it, wrapped it in tape, and I went back to building the fire. Yeah, like if I cut my hand with an axe, that's a lost finger or something. Like I'm cooked. Yeah, I said if I had more practice, I probably could have gotten the tip of that one nice. Ew, dude. Ah. Yeah, anything I am pointing an axe at, my other hand is staying well away from. Like I have seen yeah, I've seen too many people with like either loss of mobility or lost fingers or something like that. Like, nope, I'm swinging an axe. My other hand is way clear. And that was the thing. I just got complacent, and the machete I was using was really lightweight, so it didn't have much bite to it. So it skipped off and just swung all the way around, and my hand hit my waist, and the blade just happened to stop right there on my arm. Frito-Lay. Frito-Lay, you've done too many horrible things. Oh, God, those hydraulic cuts. No. You know, if you operate commercial mowers for a living, like you're gonna see hydraulic lines go out, but thankfully those aren't high enough pressure to do something like that. And unless you're like standing right there looking at it when it goes, you're not close enough to them to get hurt. Fook, I'm pretty sure you weren't. Wait a minute, you were using a poop knife when you broke the toilet, weren't you? Or have you moved past that and you got to have a poop axe now? Oh yeah, no, I'm on my second marriage. 1977, alive and kicking. All right, Sister Donut, see you later. But you've got we've done the Ninja and the Grim Reaper. Which one do you want to pick? Which fart do you want? 1977 alive and kicking? Go ahead and pick one. No, we already did the Grim Reaper. We've already done the Ninja and the Grim Reaper. Pick one of the other ones. And we'll see how many viewers we lose on it. Hey, Thief. I like this, but I like my ridiculously huge pocket swords. Dude, we already did the Grim Reaper. We need a different one. We already did that one. Dude, pick a different one. We already did the Grim Reaper. Come on, man. We're gonna be going back and forth for this. Or like, I don't have the money for a paramilitary too. Come on, dude. We gotta cycle through them before we get back to it. Yeah, you can use a spoon. Like, literally anything that goes in your hand can be a weapon of some kind. All right, blue robot. This was alive and kicking's choice. Let me finish this chunk of cardboard right here, and we will do the robot. Yeah, anything you can fit in your hand can be a weapon in some way. You don't even got to sharpen the end of the spoon. You just got to know where to put the spoon. It's like you got soft spots you can hit with a spoon, and they're going down. Yeah, trust me, I have been in fights that I wasn't planning on being in, and one dude, I grabbed a globe and hit him in the jaw with it as hard as I could. I still lost that fight fair and square, like he got me, but I don't know too many people who have snatched up a globe and used that to hit somebody with it. Yeah, I am going to Blade. Like, I am waiting for that to happen. I got my ticket, but I can only go Friday and Sunday because my ride up there on Saturday is not available. I have got a full-size 4-door Dodge Ram pickup that I am not going to try to put in a parking deck. And the other car, my wife's going to have that to go to work. It's robot time. He never got a song. All right, one more. Wow, we didn't lose anybody this time. Last time we did that, we had 3 people check out. Like, 3 people are just like, nope, I'm out. I have sharpened the hell out of a spoon, but that was just for cutting the walls out of the inside of a pumpkin for Halloween. Silver, what is a fun fact? Is it the fact that one of the moose's only natural enemies is the killer whale? Believe it or not, I saw a guy on YouTube that was doing toy reviews that showed up randomly in my feed. Oh, no, I'm not angry at you. Like I said, I'm not going to be sharing someone else's videos. That's all. No, I don't get mad about it. It's just something I don't do. But, I was going to say, no, but, like, I don't watch toy reviews. It just showed up randomly, and he had these things. I'm like, I have to have that. I can't not have it. I am not mature enough to avoid buying those. So I ordered them off of Amazon. Yeah, I look at Spyderco's, and you got some of the nicer ones there. I'm like, I do kind of want one. Like, I've got a Tenacious. Like I said, that was the worst knife accident right there. I saw my bone before it filled with blood. You know, outside of that, all my knife accidents have just been really small cuts, like nothing major. You just slap a Band-Aid on it and you're good. But you know, when my uncle started getting me, like, when he was showing me how cool knives are, he also showed me how to be safe with them. You know, he's like pushed safety a lot when I was a kid. That's like, if you're gonna work in the shop, remember your safety. If you're gonna shoot guns, remember your safety. Be safe about it. He really pushed that hard. To be fair, Punisher, which one of us do you think has it better? Oh, you're talking about the Nambu, aren't you, Silver? Like, the Nambu is a historical piece that I would own, um, just because it's not directly from World War II Germany. It's not like the Japanese weren't kind of implicit. I have some fixed blades, Thief. It's just like the videos on the channel that I'm doing are for knives that I can carry. I work at a grocery store. I am a team lead, so I got to be dressed business casual, slacks, button-down shirt, all that. There's no way for me to carry a fixed blade, use it day to day, and see how it does. So I can't do a fair video on it sharing my feedback, you know? I can open it, pull it out of the sheath, and be like, yeah, this looks awesome, and put it back, and that's all I can do. And I hate when guys do that. You know, the thing I do is I'll share how it is to live with and work with day to day. That's what I know how to do. Um, you know, like, I'm not set up to record going outside and, you know, chopping branches to pieces or stabbing tires or anything crazy. So what I'm looking at is, for your average user, what's it like day to day? Is it comfortable to carry? Is it comfortable to use? Is it easy to pull out and deploy? How does it slice up cardboard and plastic and the things you normally do? It's not that it's scary at work. It's like, there are rules against that. I'm not even supposed to be carrying stuff this big, but I have it concealed. And, you know, in the back room, no one cares. You know, customers don't see it on the sales floor. Like, there was one guy there that had a CRKT minimalist tucked in his back pocket, and that's about it. Yeah, if I do carry a fixie, it's going to wind up being something really small, like a CRKT minimalist. Which, I know some of you guys that are here haven't seen it, but where is it? So, I have made some Damascus steel. Um, no, 22 does not kick. You can hold that thing up against your balls and fire it, and it don't kick hard enough to hurt them. But I have made Damascus steel in the past. This is some 93 layer raindrop that I made. It delaminated here in the back, but that is modeled after the minimalist. I think you can see that pretty obviously. And it would have been a great knife if I hadn't had the forge weld on it fail right there in the middle of it. I couldn't grind past it. And then, of course, I got the little Kiradashi that I made, Japanese marking knife, and this is the first piece of Damascus I ever made. And it's got my logo on it and everything. Doesn't show good on camera. Oh man, $100 is getting out of reach for me on the regular. Like, for me, $100 ain't cheap. I get my cold steel frenzy was about $120, and I had to save up for about a month to get it. Yeah, it's a Kiradashi. Oh yeah, I've seen about that guy before. Yeah, so if I'm gonna spend $100 on something right now, it's gonna be something a little ridiculous. Like I said before, I've I live and die in the under $50 range. Yeah, so I know the Nambu had a reputation for being a god-awful firearm. Like, it did not function right. The caliber was way too small. Like, everything about it was bad. I'm pretty sure there were some safety issues. Oh, yeah, no. So, dude, I don't know anything that doesn't ship outside of USA. Like I said, I live in the US. I buy in the US. I buy from Amazon, Blade HQ. Anything that I would know how to buy, you would have to pay customs on. And that is going to be ridiculous. Like, you spend $70 on customs and shipping for a $30 knife. Like, yeah, like Ganzo makes some good stuff. However, they clone so much shit that I can't support them. Like, because I don't know if I'm buying a clone or not. My biggest knife, that's an interesting question. I think this is my biggest folding knife, depending on what you're going by. And if you're talking about like sub sword, it's either going to be this kukri right here, or it's going to be, where is it? Oh yeah. Let's see which one's actually longer. Actually, they're about the same. This Bowie from Cold Steel and this kukri are about the same size. Like, those are the biggest knife. Yeah, like I know, like, you can't really avoid ever buying a clone if you're going to be buying knives, and some people don't care. It's just kind of, especially if you're running a channel, you cannot be seen as supporting cloning. Um, you know, that will ruin your channel in no time. Oh, my other kukri, if you haven't seen it, Pacific Cutlery. So, that butterfly look familiar? This is Benchmade before they became Benchmade. Yeah, I've got a few automatics. They're on the other side of the house as well. But there's the Boker Kalashnikov, and then the Boker Plus Strike. Like, I love my automatic knives. I don't have very many just because those get expensive fast. And I don't really have any OTF knives because they also are too expensive. I'm not going to buy a cheap one and suffer the regret of dealing with it. I'm going to buy a good one if I'm going to spend that kind of money. What is Patty's Potato Peeler's sub count now? Because I stumbled across his channel like 6 years ago or something like that. Like, if you're gonna start off the channel with supporting clones and stuff like that, then, you know, you can probably get by with it for a while. But a lot of people that are, you know, into knives are gonna hate you for it. That's why Knockoff Knives had to change his channel name. God damn, 20K? Oh yeah, no rats in Alberta. I caught that earlier. That being said, like, the chat's happening. I can't really keep up with every single one of them the way I used to. Yeah, Lightning OTF is one that I keep looking at, but every time I remember to go check them out, I'm broke. But they have a good reputation. Even in my high-end Faceballs group where so I'm in a group where guys will sell knives for $4,000 to $8,000 regularly. It's not a big deal. They still like their Lightning OTFs. Like, I am not joking when I say they sell knives for like $8,000 in there, and it's not uncommon. They had to create a new buy-sell group not too long ago, so I don't see those posts anymore. But it's ridiculous. I like the fidget factor with an OTF. I've handled a couple. Well, take that back. I got one OTF. It's the Schrade Viper, and it exists. I got it for $40, and I got that Schrade Viper for $40, and I don't think it's worth a penny more than $40. Part of that is it's a single action, and that single action is hard as hell to use one-handed. I'm not sure I'll be using a Microtech to cut food. I said, now, the exception to my rule is Midgard's Messer. But, like the Cold Steel Espada XL is one that I am interested in. The Cold Steel Mayhem, also on my list. But outside of those, and like Midgard's Messer, guys that are making something for a purpose, over $100, I'm really not seeing spending that much money on it. Like, at some point, you got to realize you're buying expensive knives just to show off. It's like, sorry, if I'm going to show something off, it's either going to be something that I know I can beat the living shit out of, or it's got a cool function. Like, yeah, no, believe me, I am familiar with what the Espada XL is. And if I replace that thumb plate with something round, I could easily carry that at work. It's just, I can carry a huge knife tucked in my waistband, basically. I've carried the Cold Steel Luzon XL. I've carried the Cold Steel Frenzy in there. Like, this will ride in the waistband. I don't have any knives I regret buying, but I haven't really bought any expensive knives. Like I said, for me, the $100 is expensive. You know, the only regret I have is that I don't really get to carry them and use them the way I'd like to. You know, and this again, if I wasn't doing this channel and I still had this collection, I would have more freedom to, you know, grab what I want and carry it every day. But like right now, I've got an O knife that I'm carrying to check out. And I am going to be upset when I move on to the next one that I got to look at, and I got to put that in the pile. Like, I have got some knives that I want to reach for, and I can't just because I got to do other stuff to get videos. Which I think anybody that's doing this is probably going to say the same thing. I do not have a Facebook for this channel. I don't have anything else besides YouTube just because I don't have the time. Like, today I've got the day off. I don't have to be anywhere tomorrow, so we can do this today. But, you know, I work a full-time job. This channel earns $0, which means the channel is not paying for any knives. It's not paying for any camera equipment. It's not paying for anything. I am recording this on a cell phone with a ring light. All right, Silver, see you later, man. Appreciate you being here. But yeah, like I've got one cell phone that I'm reading my comments on and watching to make sure the footage is okay. And then I'm recording on my other phone. It's it's not a 9 to 5. That's my other problem. So like I go in Monday, I could be opening the store and being there on at 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. Tuesday, I could be going in at 3 p.m. and closing. And then I'm off, and then I could be opening again. I could be doing a mid, I could be closing. Like it changes all the time. Evasive floppy disk, I really appreciate it. But you know, like I don't have a set schedule, so it makes it really hard to find days to do this too. Like the only time that I get to do this is when I'm closing. And most of the time I woke up at 2 a.m., got to work at 4 a.m., came home, then started a live stream, ran 4 hours, and by 9 o'clock at night, I am so punchy and out of it that it's no longer safe to do this. Yeah, I've got 2 ring lights. I got one set up over the Dragon magazines for regular videos, and I got one for here. Yeah, gold is something that I do want to start investing in. You know, but even for me, it's gonna be start small. Start small. Buy a few grams, put them up. Buy a few grams, put them up. And just save up a little at a time, which I don't know when I'll be able to do that. Woodworking's cool, man. I've done a little bit of woodworking, and I promise you it's far uglier than anything you do. I have spent some time making pins on a MIDI lathe. I didn't forget the cardboard. I just wanted to show the rest of the cardboard what it was in for. I will say one thing, this knife loves having adhesive stuck to it. Good God. Like I said, I think there's a very slight hollow grind to this, and those hollow grinds aren't the best for cardboard. So far it's good edge retention. That being said, HCR13 has gone this far. We're at the point now where HCR13 is typically worn out pretty badly and needs to be at least stropped, if nothing else. D2 steel has lasted longer than this and still been fine. I don't think, like, if I can reach 8 hours with this without having to strop it, I'm going to be blown away. But that also depends on if I can keep the stream going for 8 hours without finally shutting down. My favorite Kaiser, trying to think. I know I've got this one, which this is hands down my favorite Kaiser. It's one of my favorite knives I've ever bought. Trying to remember if I bought any others. Thank you so much. I love the kind words. Oh my God, somebody else just posted about that damn Spyderco on Faceballs. Who the hell? I don't care if it's titanium. I can get titanium and 14C28N for like 40 bucks. People bitch about the butterfly tax. As far as Kaisers go, definitely. I trying to remember. I may have one other Kaiser that I'm forgetting right this. Oh, that's right. I've got the Cyberblade. But yeah, no, this is one of my favorite knives I own. Like I said, I don't have Forever Fox Girl 5. What's going on? Yeah, these live streams are just checking out how well these things hold an edge, and so I can shoot the shit with you guys. Like I like hanging out with these guys. Length of knife. This exact model isn't available anymore, but there is a different version of it. Give me a second. Okay. Oh no. God dang it. Hang on, guys. Okay. Now, no, these are someone else's toes. I borrowed them for a few hours. If I see this show up on WikiFeet, I'm gonna be pissed off at you guys. Damn it! Yeah, like I understand the butterfly tax exists, but I mean, sorry, 8CR13 for over $100. Like, I'm not sure Benchmade would try that. Yeah, 8CR for like $130 because it's got titanium scales. Now, that being said, if Quentin Tarantino's watching this, he can stare at my feet all he wants as long as I don't have to say the N-word. That was a 4-level joke right there. Yeah, no, 8CR13 shouldn't be priced higher than $30, dude. Come on, let's be real. Sorry, but yeah, no, is it? I think it is a tenacious, actually. I just saw pictures and the guy freaking out about the $130 price tag. I was like, holy shit, that's stupid, and moved on my life. Yeah, you don't be generous with 8CR, all right? It's a good enough budget steel unless you're in a hard use environment. 8CR13 will take care of you just fine. But when you can get D2 for the same damn price, no, you have to have been around this channel for a long time, and I got to know you well enough to trust you for a moderator. I've only got 2 moderators, and that is it. Most underpriced knife? So overpriced, that's really, really hard to start picking apart because there's so many candidates. Like Rockstead, that's overpriced. I understand. Like I understand why. I understand some of it, but Rockstead for like $6,000, no, thank you. Um, the most underpriced, I don't know where to go with that one either. I will say the Olatan's T025 is kind of underpriced. I can't remember the blade steel, but you got a titanium frame lock. When I bought it, they were 25 bucks. I think they're up to 27. But that thing is a fantastic daily carry for a small knife. Like, you got about the size, dimensions, and weight of the bug out. With titanium, I think the blade's D2. But, I mean, I have a shit ton of knives made in China that I don't have a problem with. You know, China's manufacturing quality has been steadily on the rise, which is part of why we have such good knives available to us for 25, 30 bucks. You know, and I mean, the sad thing too is I'd be happier if some of those were U.S. made at the same price, but you can't get a U.S. made knife at the price of a knife made in China unless you're buying some absolute garbage. I thought the 3Fs were fuck it, fight it, or fry it. If you can do any of those three things, you're fine. So when I'm reviewing knives, especially with stuff that I'm looking at personally, I am looking for quality, and I am looking for like, again, like the channel, we exist in the $50 or less range almost all the time. You know, occasionally I'll get something above that whenever I can find a good deal on it or I can afford it and it's something I really, really want. But what we're looking for here is stuff under $50. It's also really, really high quality. You know, if I find something for 25 bucks that absolutely kicks ass, you know, that's the kind of thing I'm trying to find. Because, you know, most of the guys that stick and stay and watch all the videos and you know, keep track of what's going on with the channel, that's the stuff they're trying to find too. You know, I'm putting a lot of work into finding this stuff so that the guys watching know what to get without wasting their money on you know, a subpar knife at the same price. You could have something that you know, warrants a really good everyday carry. You know, and I've had a lot of knives that were okay, you know, they were reviewed decent, but they weren't like home runs. Yeah, like Ganzo is cheap and their build quality is good, but since I don't know whether or not I'm buying a clone, I don't mess with them. The only reason this Ganzo popped up was because I did the hand sharpening on it, because you start with a knife you don't give a shit about. That's the only reason you guys have seen this one. I've got a couple, but when I realized they were mostly clones, I stopped buying them. But you know, like, I spent, I think, 45 or 50 bucks on this piece of shit, And I had 3 or 4 guys that were looking at it and wanted to get one until they saw how bad it was, you know? Oh yeah, no. I said if you don't care about buying clones and you're on a tight budget, Ganzo every time. You know, it is what it is. Ganzo does good stuff cheap. The Sentimental does not weigh. This is heavier than the Sentimental. But look at the difference. Well, I mean, the kind of environment I'm trying to foment, like you can't really support cloning. And like I said, I know if you're going to be buying stuff and you're buying stuff in the price range I'm buying at, then you're going to get a clone occasionally, and you got to come back and say, hey, this is a clone. If you don't want clones, don't buy it. But this thing, just look up Sentimental ST155, but you don't want this knife. It is a piece of shit. This knife sucks all the way around. There are no redeeming qualities about it. Like, it is a piece of shit. Trust me, I absolutely hate that damn knife. That is one I regret spending money on. You know, I got it because I love my pocket cleavers and stuff, and that one looked cool, but, oh god. If one of the moderators wants to drop you a link, maybe. And here's the thing, like, a clone or a copy, once the patent has expired, is fine. I love Civivi. I like Civivi. I like Kajerb. I like Artisan. I like CRKT. Like, the budget brands are where I live and die here. You know, and, you know, like, Civivi has made a couple of my all-time favorite knives. You've got the Mastodon right here and the Bull Mastiff. 2 of my favorite knives I've ever bought. Yeah, just drop a link for the ST155. You know, this is one of my favorite knives, and this thing did great in testing. The Elementum. Here's the thing with the Elementum, all right? I went to go buy one, and I saw one in Damascus with shredded carbon fiber and copper flakes in the scales. I had to have that one, and I am scared to death of dropping it, so I don't carry it. I like how it feels. I love opening and closing it, but every time I reach for it, I'm like, I don't want to drop it. I don't want to drop it. I have not messed with the Cubit. Like, again, like, financially speaking, I am in worse shape than Drake's Shadow Riders. If you get that, you get that. So I can't really just keep buying stuff. Like, I have to pick and choose really carefully, and that's why everything that I buy and review is so damn cheap. So, like, I haven't gotten a chance to mess with Cubit. I haven't. And I went to go buy another Elementum, and they released one with the clear Lexan scales. And I really, really liked that one and wanted it. Because Ultim, I don't understand why everybody wants the P plastic. But when I saw Ultim, I'm like, okay, we're going to get some clear plastic soon. We're going to get some clear scales. And they did it, and I couldn't afford it, and they kind of vanished. And I don't have the money to buy one now if I can find it. You know, personally, the handful of days I did carry it, I enjoyed it. You know, I can kind of understand the hype. You know, like, I think I got my Ontario Rat 2 right after the company got bought out. That's how long it took. Dude, look, none of the knives that I have that I'm not super attached to are worth selling. Most of my knives, you could get like $10 for them. Nobody I know wants to buy them in person, and I'm not going to pay $10 to $15 in shipping to sell a knife for $20. I'm not. Um, Bigger Civivis. Again, like I don't have a lot of hands-on time with these. Like, so I don't have a lot of stuff from any one company. All right, Civivi, I've got the Bull Mastiff, the Mastodon. I've got that Elementum. I've got the Proponent, and then there's the Odium. Those are the ones I have. Come on, Sprinkles. Chandler Dickinson can make a railroad spike knife that can pass a journeyman's test. You can do better. I'm not having anyone send me money. I said if I ever turn on Super Chat, that's a different deal. But yeah, there's nowhere to send me money. You know, but as it goes, like I don't have a ton of knives from any one brand. I'm not one of those guys that sees a company release something and every single knife they make I have to have. And I don't have the money to do that anyways. You never put those glow-in-the-dark scales that I sent you on anything, did you, Sprinkles? So, before HTTPS on the link, delete everything else. Copy the link and then go to the letter right before HTTPS and then delete everything in front of that. You can share the link. If you like your pocket swords and your crazy oversized shit, this thing is fantastic. It is phenomenal. I said at some point in the moderate to eventual future here, I want to set up a PO box so people can send stuff. But again, that is do not send me anything you think you're going to get back. Hell no. It's a pocket is going to take up a lot of space. However, I carry most of my knives in my waistband tucked behind my right hip. It's fine there, but anything's fine there. I can carry a fucking Luzon XL there. I can carry a Frenzy. I can carry like I can carry knives with 6-inch plus blades there. You can fit it in a pocket. Yes, absolutely. Getting anything else in your pocket? You may or may not have luck there. What general delivery is? What it costs? It's like those 3 knives that we sent out for the giveaway winners. Those were, I think, $25 all in to ship those out. Dude, do not order the ST-155. I'm telling you, it's a giant piece of shit. I mean, if you want it that bad, go for it, but I'm telling you right now, gigantic piece of shit. Well, best of luck, dude. I know you're trolling me, but... Oh, no, they're just trolling. But if on the off chance you did order it for real, come back to the next live stream after you get it and let us know how much you hate it. After you smash the shit out of your finger the first time, you're going to hate it. Like, the only redeeming thing about it is the pivot smooth. Like, seriously, the first time you try to flip this and it opens on your finger like that, you are going to see the first stage of shittiness about this thing. I said I highly doubt it actually got ordered, but um, general delivery on what? Because I am confused about what you're saying there, me with knives. Oh, send you stuff general delivery. My post office is a bit of a pain in the ass to reach. I said I'll worry about getting a PO box. Yeah, that knife comes with Garanthum. Yes. Oh my god. Um, at least this knife community's chill. I don't know about other parts of it. Garanthum. Well, apparently we don't all agree. We've got an outlier here that doesn't like being happy. Well, and I think one of the things with the knife community, which is with some other communities, one, everybody's interested in the same thing, but there's so many different things within that thing to be interested in that everybody can have a conversation about it. And if you roll in here gatekeeping, like, well, you don't like real knives because yours don't cost $500. You know, guys trying to gatekeep get shut down pretty fast. Like I said, if they actually did order the ST-155, I want the feedback the next time they show up for a live stream. Like, I want to know. Curiosity is getting the better of me already. All right, we're at the 3-hour mark. I'm going to give myself a second here. We're going to check the edge out. But yeah, I tried doing cardboard slayer with this, and it hurt my hands so bad. The ergonomics were so bad that I had to stop using it within the first hour. Like, I would assume this is great for camping. I said the build quality is fantastic. It's Kaiser. There's a lot of work you could do with this, especially as big as the blade is. My hand is still not torn up. It's been 3 hours. And if you haven't been here before, there is a callus right here that gets chewed up from this gap right here, holding it to push it through the cuts. I don't have that, partly because this thing is too tall. Like, my hand is still comfortable after 3 hours. Good for a spatula. It's good for bashing a squirrel to death with it. It might get your sister pregnant. All right, let's see where we're at with the edge. That was a terrible cut, dude. I come on, what the shit? Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit of wear. Yeah, I mean, if you like what you're looking at with the Sheepdog XL and you've got the budget for it, it's hard to go wrong. That being said, the edge angle is a little bit obtuse. If you've got some sharpening equipment, it's losing a very little bit of edge. All right, so compared to 8CR13, it's to the best of my ability to tell, this amount of wear would happen in an hour on 8CR13. You know, we've definitely knocked the finest part of the apex out. It's not just 3 hours, but the cardboard we've been using is a lot tougher than we normally do, just because I started running low before I got the Frito-Lay boxes. So yeah, and honestly, if it had a better edge angle, like if I did the 18 degrees on this, we'd probably still be like, we'd still be far sharper. We'll put it that way. I have sharpened in live. That being said, we're not going to sharpen it until the edge is just wiped out. Oh no, we've done live sharpening on 2 streams. But if you've ever seen anybody use a work sharp precision adjust, that's how we sharpen on live. It's not about wanting to be a jerk about it. It's about wanting to feel superior, because I've been in the position where the back of my head starts doing gatekeeping stuff, and then I realize I'm not going to say something worth saying. Has no value, so I'll be like, wait a minute, let me refocus. And usually when someone comes in with like a, no, I wasn't on yesterday, but the last live stream I did, we did sharpen something to 18 degrees. We sharpened the, oh shit, what was it? The Duratec liner lock. That was about 3 days or so. Hey, you can try to sell your handmade knives. If they're any good, people will buy them. But yeah, like, you know, I've had the back of my head do some gatekeeping shit, and it's like, I need to stop and I need to adjust what I am thinking and what I am saying. And sometimes, like, someone will show you like a really crappy gas station knife. You're like, cool, dude. Do you enjoy using it? I mean, is it good for you? Oh yeah, awesome, dude. If it's good for you, it's good for you. And I said the edge geometry has been doing okay for this. You know, it's not how I prefer my cuts. But yeah, if you've got handmade knives to sell, you can start selling them, see if you get any money for them. Like, I tried making knives, and I realized after a while I don't have necessarily the right equipment, and I don't have the patience for it. Because yeah, we repo. Wow, words are hard. We re-profiled the edge down to 18 degrees on the Duratec on the last stream because it was cutting like shit. Did fantastic after that and showed very, very little edge wear after 2 hours. But physically, I couldn't go past that 2 hours. Because that particular day, I'd gotten up at 2 a.m. to go into work. Sell a handmade knife and buy. I don't quite understand where you're coming from on that, but are you just talking about selling handmade knives to display? If I can't use it, I'm probably not going to buy it. My uncle's knives I don't use because I don't want anything happening to them. But just about everything I've got has been used for something. Pokesly, what's up, man? I'm doing okay. Like, had the day off work today, don't got to go in tomorrow. And then my work week is 2 days long before I'm on vacation for a week, so I can go to Blade Show and have time to rest. I mean, that's the thing. I have got a full blacksmithing shop in my garage. The reason I'm not out there right now is because just my headspace went crazy, and like, it's just I lost the motivation to go in there. It just went completely away. Like, I was getting set up to make a tomahawk, had all the equipment set up. I made some equipment for it, and the second I finished the last piece of equipment I needed to do the project, I just lost all motivation and couldn't force myself to go in there. And if you're having to force yourself to go in there, you're not going to be safe. You will get hurt. What is the secret? Yeah, I already asked. What is the secret? I guarantee you I don't have the patience for file work. After I spend that much time on the first one and it's going to look bad, I'm going to be like, nope, not for me. No, thank you. Well, you got an inward pass. It'll get you banned here. That ban hammer will drop immediately, just so you know. The third hour is all right. Like I said, the ergos are good. Like, this, of course, is sore from the pressure on it, but yeah, it's fine. The edge is still holding up good enough. Like, it is definitely adequate. Like, the edge wear here is the edge wear on maybe an hour on 8CR. Fook, you out of here? All right, man. Thanks for dropping by. I'm sure I'll see you again sometime. I gotta tell you, there's the wife's at work. She doesn't watch too much of the streams just because she's seen it all before, and you know, it's kind of like when you make videos like this, it's really hard to watch other knife channels videos. Like, you kind of get burned out on looking at it. And like, I'm not I'm not trying to compete with the other guys. I'm trying to do my own thing here. So like I'll see something cool that's in my budget range that say Stassa 23 or Metal Complex will post. You know, they find a good deal on something, and I'll jump on that. But like I said, I'm not trying to keep up with these guys because I can't. But it gets real hard to watch other knife channels, especially when you have a ton of them. So I just do what I do. Punisher, you want to pick a figure out? We still got Frankenstein, Sub Guy, Mummy, Knight, and Alien. Yeah, that's I got 2 kids, man. But yeah, that's the thing, is like, cool budget blade under $200. No, fuck you, that's not budget. All right, Frankenstein it is. Up or down? You know what, we're going up. Two more. One more. The figures are called butt heads. All of them make fart noises. Like, that's about what I know. And my kids aren't into knives. I don't care for them. It's just not their thing. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. You just have to look up Butthead's figures and see if they're floating around out there. I think Punisher said they're still being made. He might be able to find them for you. I know I bought mine off Amazon, and then they disappeared from Amazon like a week after I ordered the last one. This is like an 8-figure set. I like my women like I like my chickens, kept in a dark room with breasts so large they can't move. I mean, at some point, if the channel gets enough traction, then I can do the Beast Blades thing. Super chat. SOTC post. I don't know what that is. Oh, state of the collection. Gotcha. Yeah, the last time I did that, I was still finding stuff I couldn't find like 3 days afterwards. And no, I kind of missed Tupac. That wasn't my thing when he was doing his thing, so missed out on that. At that point in time, I listened almost exclusively to metal and some electronic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they were no longer available like a week after I ordered the 8th one. That's why I thought they were out of production. And thank you, Sprinkles. Damn Ninja Parade went by my work the other day and I didn't even see it. Dude, so like there's a whole bunch of them. It might be a good cancellation. But they got like a whole bunch of songs. Like my new favorite is You Look Like You Could Use a Fucking Lamp. That song is fucking hilarious. I glued my balls to my butthole again. What did I do? I can't shit because my balls are blocking up my butthole. Oh no! I pulled too hard and now my sack is like a foot long. Yeah, of course. I think we all do. Why couldn't the pepper do archery? Is there a joke about assault in there? But yeah, no, burgers and fries are good, dude. I think that's universal. Yeah, like normally the knives that are easy to lose or that I have the most value, or I value the most, are in a separate drawer, kind of kept tucked away, and I still missed like 3 of them whenever I did the state of the collection video. But like I was already at like 168 knives in that video anyways. Right? I mean, tie something important to it that makes it hard to use or hard to lose, like an infant. I'm sure the knife is made out of like 3 pieces of cardboard, a pair of underwear, and some pancake syrup. Yeah, once I finish cutting this box up, y'all are going to ride out a bathroom break. However, I will be taking the chat with me. All right, man. Appreciate you being here. We're probably still going to be here for a while, depending on how long I can go. Is the granola cruelty-free? No, I'm not bringing the camera with me. Just the chat. Brother, you have nowhere to send that knife. I wouldn't worry about it. I don't know. I feel like if the granola was raised in a cage, it would taste better. That's just me. Like the granola not having room to move around while it's being raised makes it softer. Ah, I'm not hard to find anywhere else. But yeah, no face reveal. Yeah, I never understood what the big deal was with steel cutting the oatmeal. Like, why does that matter? It's like I've seen pasta that was like bronze die cut. It's like, why does that matter? It's cut. All right. Switching to text-based chat. Oh my God. guys, coming back. I'm almost there. Completely unrelated to anything that just happened. Does one of you guys know how to pull the tip of your heart back up inside your body? Hypothetically, if I were to be asking for a friend. All right. Cardboard's not the only thing that got slayed tonight. Yeah, at least I didn't do a metal complex and just walk off for 15 minutes and left the chat to its own devices. That's what you get instead of a pizza box. As you guys know, I spoil you. Yeah, okay. You know, that's actually a fair statement. Like, I don't have 250 people all vying for attention at the same time. Like 10 people talking to each other and 200 people are like, notice my comment, read my comment, notice my comment. That's just like what, when we had 20 people in here and the chat really started going for this live stream, like it was starting to get hard to keep up with. I mean, the 154 CM's holding up good. I'm pretty sure I'd like it better if the factory angle was geared for doing this a little bit better. As like I said, the factory angle is kind of what's killing it right now. And I'd said about Kaiser in the past, but their factory edges could be better. You know, it's again, once you have a cold steel factory edge, it's kind of hard to go back to anything else. You know, and now that I know that I'm getting decent enough at hand sharpening, or at least I understand it well enough to get the kind of edge I'm looking for, it's like kind of hard to go back to some of these factory edges. You know, like, granted, I've got a lot more time to sit here and sharpen this than say someone putting a factory edge on something, but you know, okay. We're gonna go for the crazy stuff. This is the 71-pound edge crush test cardboard, which this stuff is incredibly difficult to cut with the factory edge. Like, this takes a lot of effort to cut. This is still doing better than a few of the knives we've had on here, but oh. Like, I'm going to keep an eye out for more of these while I'm working stuff off of the truck, because I do want a couple more of these boxes. Just because they put so much wear on an edge so fast. Ugh. So it does cut it. And I used to think 44 edge crush test was difficult. You used to. And everybody that's watching and lurking, I hope you guys are enjoying what's happening here. I'd love to have more of you in the chat, but that's not everybody's bag. Yeah, I said I'd love to have one of those best edge sharpness testers, because that could really give us far more information than we're getting right now. Now, if someone wanted to send me one of those, shoot me an email. Now, see, if I was to win something in a giveaway, that would be the thing to win. Man, chat went dead. Holy crap. What, Metal Complex should what, do Cardboard Slayer, or what are we talking about? I think I have missed a step in wherever you were going. Welcome back, Floppy Disk. Yeah, running out of macadamia nuts is scary. What if someone broke into your house? Isn't scoliosis allergic to macadamia nuts? Oh, yeah. I got you. So those things, and as expensive as those best testers are, you'd think somebody'd be making a knockoff for a no-name brand version of it, you know? So it doesn't seem like they have exclusive rights to making that system. Actually, white chocolate macadamia is one of those things I really miss. Really miss. Again, I don't have a drop bear. I haven't handled one. You know, my Kaisers are limited to the Cyberblade and this. You know, so that, like, I'm no expert. Like, I don't have everything. I don't have thoughts on everything. If I don't own it, I don't have thoughts. I know the drop bear's got a lot of hype, and that's all I know. Like, yeah, we'll start an email campaign for Best to send me an edge tester. Like, I'm sure after the third email they'd notice. Trust me, I'd love to have time on all these blades, and I'd love to like handle them and be able to offer a whole lot of feedback on them, because I do get asked questions like that a lot. But I think people mistake me for a larger channel with a lot more going on and a lot more money to spend on it, or companies sending me stuff to check out. you know a grand total of one company has sent me stuff to check out, and what they sent was very cool. You get a kit to build this knife, and you get like a nice little T6 and T8 driver, all your bits and pieces. And this is a fantastic knife. It's 35 bucks for the steel. Like, you get a lot of good things going on here, and I really enjoyed using it. And it took 4 hours of doing this and barely noticed it. And I'm hoping those guys come out with some more designs sometime soon. That would be awesome. And we're just about at the 4-hour mark now. We're getting close. Which, that has gone by faster than I thought. Orville Redenbacher, I send it to you to death by 1,000 cuts. I'm not sure what the difference is, but some of the boxes for the same brand are like 32 and some are 44. Ah, brother, if I had a pizza box, absolutely. But as I mentioned before, I don't have a pizza box today. Knockoff was here. He had to go somewhere, I think. Oh, he was going to a barbecue at a gun store. That's what he was doing today. Trust me, I'd love to have some pizza here today, but I ain't got that kind of money right now. Trust me, that's the kind of the beginning and end of a lot of my knife related stuff. I ain't got that kind of money right now. I do have some stuff lined up on the wish list for after Blade Show. But one thing I am looking at and seriously thinking about is getting one of the lowest priced fixed angle sharpening systems available, and testing that out to see if that can get me a good consistent edge without the stones starting to dish out immediately. I'm really curious about that. Because most of the guys watching this don't have the money for a precision adjust, even the baseline one. Although if you're going to buy a precision adjust, get the mid-range if you're going to spend money on it. Because you're going to want the extra stones, and buying the extra stones after buying the poverty spec is still going to cost you as much as the mid-range. I actually just started trying to learn freehand. Like, The day before yesterday, I did my first freehand sharpening, and earlier today, I did my second one. So I'm just starting to learn that. Now, between the cheap ass sharpening block that I got and my strops, I'm able to get things incredibly sharp. But I've only just started working on learning that. I said, I love that work sharp. Like, it helps cover my lack of skill freehand. Yeah, and the thing is the first one I did the day before yesterday was this right here. And it's a Tanto that has a curve on the tip. And, you know, you can see where I didn't do the best job on this side of the tip. On this side, I did okay. You know, and I got it incredibly sharp. It shaves easily. It does all the things really well. And, you know, part of that, though, is my strops are all charged up with diamond paste, and they can sharpen a ceramic blade. We've done it. All right, 1977, I appreciate you being here, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy your sleep. It's like death, but not as permanent. Again, oh yeah, if I had money for diamond plates, I'd be all over it. At least good ones like the one Outdoors 55 recommends. Because I can't buy that and also do other things right now. Hopefully that's going to change soon, but at the moment, no. Oh, nice. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like for the longest time, I didn't really have a way to fix edges. I didn't have a way to really resharpen knives properly. So I'd either beat the knife to death and just replace it, or I'd carry it and not use it that much, and then like knowing I can't really sharpen it, because again, for a while there I was using a bench grinder to sharpen knives. Hit it with the bench grinder, drag it through a piece of wood, and it's good to go. And it worked for what I was doing at the time. But I'm gonna tell you right now, after like being able to put a good edge on a knife with some control, dear God, so much better. But yeah, the second one I did, and I showed this earlier, is I got this cheap GVDV, and I managed to get a nice bevel on it. I reprofiled the whole edge. I actually got a nice bevel, and I got it really shiny, and I made sure that I was shaving with it, and I made sure I was doing the cut through the paper nice and clean before I stropped it, and that was coming off a 600 grit stone. So I used, again, the stuff Outdoors 55 showed me with the, you know, removing the burr on the stone before moving on and doing all that. Let me grab it. Let me grab it. Let me grab it. You know, I think that thing cost me like 10 bucks at Harbor Freight or something like that. And you got four sides with 200, 300, 400, and 600. This is what I've got to work with right now. And with that 600 grit side, I can make it shaving sharp. You know, like, this works. I know it could be better, and I know it could be easier, but this got the job done. You know, and then when I did the strops, fantastic. You know, I will say right now, a strop loaded with diamond paste, if you've got a few strops of grip progression, you'd be amazed how far those can take you. They can just about sharpen a dull knife. And again, those strops took a ceramic blade from tearing cardboard completely and cutting like a butter knife to at least doing an okay cut in about 15 minutes. Like, it ain't a great edge, but at least you can make a cut with it now. because it couldn't do that before. And the diamond paste, like 10 different microns, cost me like $7 on Temu. Because we got like, I think 24, 14, somewhere around 10, 5, and 2.5 micron. Yeah, no, I found this thing at work. Like, it's a new product we just got in, and it's a ceramic safety cutter. And they say that it's used to break down boxes and stay sharper longer than steel. But this thing was so dull that it couldn't cut paper, let alone anything else. Like, all you're going to do with this is pop tape off of boxes. That's it. So I wanted to see if I could sharpen it, and I can. If I would have put another 20 some odd minutes into sharpening it, it probably would have come out like, you know, at least decent knife edge sharp. You know, and maybe if I would have charged the strops with some fresh diamond paste. Yeah, because like I thought, okay, stays sharper than steel, used for breaking down boxes. It would have like a razor, like a utility knife edge on it. You know, that's what I was hoping for, and I didn't get that. I didn't get that at all. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, I was using diamond paste, not diamond plates, but it did the job. Like, I could have gotten it up to probably about this sharp if I would have kept at it for long enough. So at some point in the future, I'll find a better example of a ceramic blade, and we'll do cardboard slayer on it again and see how it holds up. You know, I'm happy that my strop was able to sharpen ceramic. You know, and I'm really happy that something just that I had laying around worked. And I think it is time for my emotional support caffeine. Pineapple, not bad. Yeah, I actually talked to a friend of mine today. He does a lot of cosplay stuff for Dragon Con. And he was asking about sharpening up a ceramic blade. I'm like, bro, the only way you're doing that's a diamond plate or a diamond paste. And it's going to take you a while. But yeah, the funny thing, at least to me, is I've gone from sharpening knives on a bench grinder with that gray stone to, I think it took me about 40 minutes to find a knife that was any kind of dull. Like, every knife I had was too sharp to really do sharpening on. Yeah, but like, we're talking about the kind of bench grinder that's used in a workshop. It's nowhere near a fine enough stone to put a decent edge on anything. Like, the edge on them was garbage when I got done. It was just, you know, better than when I started. Like, yeah, you'd be fine sharpening a mower blade on it, but for something like this, no bueno. A lot of the factories I've seen have got much finer grit stones on the grinders, and the wheels just overlap each other, so they're turning this way or they're turning this way and they just drag them through. Oh yeah, no. I would not want to be relying on a ceramic knife even in a kitchen, just because I know I'm gonna do something that chips it out. I'm just gonna. And the friends of mine that have had ceramic knives that I've seen, the edges are all chipped and they're not very sharp. It's like, bro, you don't have to live like this. There are better ways. You know, and I don't have enough experience with ceramic knives to really confidently talk shit about them. I just know I just haven't had experience with them. And that's part of the reason I want to get a good ceramic blade for this, is just to see, is the edge retention that great? Is it that good to cut with? You know, and I am worried that partway through a cut, the blade's going to twist a little bit and snap, but you know, we're not going to find out till we get there. And I've heard that Harbor Freight has some ceramic knives for cheap, which that's probably what I'm going to grab next time I'm down there. That seems like the way to go. Bro, knockoff, what's up? They were just asking about you. Oh, cool, man. I still have a little bit of regret buying the Icon knife, but I did get my videos out of it, and it was a gift for a friend that really liked it, so. Not the worst. It's no Sentimental ST-155, let's put it that way. Like, I almost need to build a frame for the ST-155 just to put it on the wall of shame. Okay. We're at the 4-hour mark. Feeling some wear. Yeah, feeling some wear right here where the primary point of contact is. Well, I don't think Todd has the rights to the Mini Glimpse anymore. I think that stayed with Bag Knives when he left. I think. It's like, I wasn't sure about its status as a clone until I had contact with the company itself over some YouTube comments. And I think someone else is saying the same thing I was, is I think they licensed it from Beg, but they have an NDA. And no. Yeah, that's the thing, is the only thing wrong with this, with the Icon. Yes, it's a clone, like, and it's a shameless clone, and you know, I wish they hadn't done that. I wish it would have been an original design. That would have been fantastic. Yep. Yeah, we're basically 4 hours in, 3.5 hours, and yeah, it's still not showing that much edge wear. We'll give paper one more go. I'm pretty much out of copy paper over here. I'm gonna have to go get more. And I like how my voice is starting to give out on me. Come on. Yeah, just the tiniest little bit of wear. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to really... Yeah, that's not bad at all. Okay. We got some 44-pound cardboard. You'd be amazed how much smaller the stack of cardboard boxes I haven't cut up yet has gotten. Like, it's nuts. Drawings and stuff. What's going on, man? How you doing? Welcome. So, yeah. What we're doing here is we're doing edge retention testing on this Kaiser Sheepdog XL and 154 CM. And this stream is going as long as I can physically handle it. We're 4 hours in now. And you might think 4 hours of cutting up cardboard is tedious, but that's true. And thank you for the sub. Hopefully you enjoy seeing someone break down the average carry experience on pretty damn cheap knives. But we're on this 154 CM and we're 4 hours in, and there's very, very little edge wear. Very little. Yeah, my record for length of live stream is 7 hours, so I'm trying to see if I am capable of beating that. I'm going to see if I can make it longer than 7 hours. Like, I've gotten into my emotional support caffeine. So the majority of my folders, my bedside table, the drawer is just left hanging open, and there's a pile of knives in that thing. More keep getting thrown in there. And then there's the box down here that knives that I'm mostly done with just get dumped in after live streams and such. As I already know, if I had a way to organize knives and keep them put up, I still wouldn't use it. Yeah, no, the 154 CM is doing good. You know, and like I said, we've gotten a feel for 8CR13. We've gotten a feel for 440. We gotten a feel for 440C. You know, we're starting to get a good idea of what these steels can take. And I will say, 8CR13, I'm still a little impressed by. You know, we've done D2 before. Because, you know, I thought everybody shitting on 8CR13 was indicative of some more severe problems. Yeah, I mean, the ones I want to keep borderline pristine are in a separate drawer, and most of them are in taco cases. I do have another 14C28 in. I've got that Monocala Assault Team 1, which I've hit the point, if I'm willing to do this to my sheepdog, then I'll do that to my 14C. It's just kind of, again, do we want to do a live stream where we just wait for weeks for the die to pick it out, or do we want to just go in on it? Because, yeah, I wanted to see 1428 in. I don't have anything in 15 and 20. Fook, he didn't miss too much. He was told he was going to get banned if he screwed around with that, and he wasn't here for too much longer after that. I went to the bathroom, and we're on hour 4, and this thing has minimal edge wear. Like, he hasn't been seen in a long time now. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, again, and we go from the old days of don't cut up cardboard, it'll ruin your edge, to ACR 13 taking 2.5 hours to wear out. You know, and that's on a factory edge. Yeah, when I went to use the bathroom, he vanished. You know, and the way I see it, 2.5 hours of cutting cardboard straight before your edge wears out means if you're the average gamer and you're just carrying it for kind of light use, you know, that edge is going to carry you a long way. No, I mean, dude was kind of towing the line a little bit, but at least he was being entertaining, at least to me. Like, I was entertained, annoyed, but entertained. You know, like, I know, like, we got guys that'll come in and kind of troll like that. You know, that's why I have moderators. But, you know, some of the guys that do come in that have questions like that at the beginning wind up being really cool. And then some of them, it's just like, I'll keep posting annoying questions until they run me off. You know, or, you know, he's a small kid that, you know, doesn't know any different and doesn't think he's really being that irritating. You know, so I try to take things like that into consideration. You know, it's like, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There comes a point where things are, go ahead and ban this guy. He didn't hit that point. So, you know, if it's like a, you know, if it's like a little kid that doesn't really know any different and thinks he's just, you know, being fun, yeah. Well, I mean, he might be from Hungary. We don't know. You know, we don't know for sure. You know, and if he's not intentionally trolling, I'd rather have him have a pleasant experience here. You know, unless certain lines get crossed. You know, and I figure if they are intentionally trolling and not getting that much of a reaction, they ain't going to stick around that long anyways. Oh, no, you're good, dude. You know, I said that was kind of an interesting case. I couldn't tell where the guy was coming from or anything like that. It's just he didn't quite make it to the point of getting the banhammer. You know, we don't know. He might have been trying to type one-handed while he's in the shower with his dad. We don't know. It's doing good. Like, we're into hour 4, and there's very little edge wear. Let's see if I can get one more good cut out of this piece. Nope, too floppy. Come on, do my bidding. Yeah, I mean, it's holding up. Like, there's not that much edge wear. Which probably also means I am going to hate sharpening this thing back up. I am probably going to absolutely hate it. It's like, I've been at this for 3 hours with 200 grit. Why won't it go? Yeah, the one you're thinking of starts with C and sounds like aunt. Okay, the area to the left where I keep all the cardboard and the boxes I'm stuffing the shredded cardboard in has never been this open since I started doing this. That's fair, but, you know, trying to have something implied or intoned is hard to do over text. Like, the only hand issues I have is from where this is pressing on the callus that normally forms from this. But the handle's so wide, my finger is not getting jammed into that groove right there, so it's nowhere near as bad as it's been with other knives. And I did mention if someone wanted to send me one of those best edge sharpness testers, shoot me an email. Nobody's responded yet. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. And mad. Hey, beautiful. Trying to think, what did they have that I liked? Cookies and cream's a good one. Vanilla bean. Just, you know what I like. Just go cookies and cream or vanilla bean. It's fine. No, the hander pants actually caused a lot of pain. Like, those things cause some pain. So where one of the seams that simulates the leg holes in your underwear presses down right here and causes even worse pain than the groove back here does. And nah, Fook, you don't gotta send me some of your broke. I've been making my own for years. Yeah, yes, the ice cream, just cookies and cream, vanilla bean. Just, you know what I like. And there is about a 40-second delay between me seeing your comment and responding and you hearing the response. So it's not just you. Yeah, the hander pants are cool. It's just for doing this right here, they hurt. I think the 80s driving gloves would have a similar problem again with like the it ending right here. The seam that they make on that to keep it from just fraying apart is going to be pressing in here and causing a lot of pain. Okay, give me a second here, and we're going to go back to some more tame cardboard. I mean, that's the thing, like 4 hours of this, and we haven't been going easy on it. No, we're not doing gloves. Gloves also make it harder to get the feedback that I want to really be honest about how the ergonomics are. You know, that's the other thing is like I'm doing ergonomics barehanded to see how they hold up. You know, that's how we know that the Harbor Freight Gordon GK23 has fantastic ergos. Like my hand had zero problems when that was done. Yeah, at all. Oh man. Yeah, that 44-pound and up crush test cardboard. Oh, it's not fun to cut for long periods of time. Isotoners. God, I forgot about those things, and I forgot about that Ace Ventura bit. If you had isotoners and Grey Poupon, you were sophisticated as shit. I am sure they still make isotoners. I know you're going to go find out. I don't even know why you asked before you looked. Waiting for Punisher to come back with the isotoner report. Trying to remember, like, I remember seeing isotoners at Eckerd. God damn, that was a long time ago. Okay, now we know. Jesus Christ, I have not thought about Eckerd in fucking forever. Holy shit. I haven't seen one of those in a long ass time. Because I think all the Eckards like got sold off. Like I think that company went totally under. I think. No, once you brought it up, drawings and stuff. What's up? We just found out isotoner gloves are still made. That's. Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, Eckerd's is where I bought all of my cigarettes. We're doing good, man. We're over 4 hours in now, and my hand is still okay, and the edge is still holding up pretty damn good. Now, I'll tell you what'll really cause some flashbacks. Fucking Sobe and glass bottles. I can't tell you how much I want just Lizard Blizzard and glass bottles to come back. That's not too much to ask. Yeah, no, Ecto Cooler was a shit. And I think another flavor being manufactured now is supposed to be just Ecto Cooler. But I remember grabbing it and it wasn't that good. But that's probably because they're making it as cheap as they can with the cheapest stuff possible. So it ain't the same thing anymore. No, the glass bottles still exist, but Sobe doesn't exist. Like, I think somewhere they still sell plastic bottles with like a couple of things, but those are also not the same formula that they were. So they're not good anymore. Like, as I saw them and I grabbed one and I'm just like, oh. Another good one is Jolt Cola. You know Red Bull's granddaddy? Sober? No, Sobe. The yellow Sobe was good. The strawberries and cream screw in my stomach. I forget what that was called. But Lizard Blizzard, the fucking coconut. That was the right one. That was the right call. Bro, like, I remember they released the Jolt energy drink and it tasted very close to original Jolt Cola, and they made it for like a fucking week and then it was gone. And they brought back actual Jolt Cola for like a week and then it vanished. Just like Surge came back for like a week and fucking... Why the hell did Surge come back only to vanish again a couple of weeks later? Like, the fuck was that all about? Oh, I don't get to be happy because they don't want to make it anymore. Fuck you. Oh, God, Tab. Like, I remember right before Tab stopped being made, or not too long before it stopped being made, I grabbed one out of morbid curiosity, and it tasted like licking the inside of a rusty 55-gallon drum. Oh, they still make Code Red. Like, they still make it. It doesn't enter the chat here. I saw that get deleted. Yeah, that's a nice amount of knives. For me to carry $760 knives, I could probably do that in 3 knives. I can do that in 3. No, Pitch Black was good. Pitch Black was good. There was a bubblegum flavored soda for a little while. That was really good. I like that. Yeah, 4 knives, that's not bad. It's like, I got the bug out in M390 is $275. I've got that Gerber Guardian 2 that's around $250 to $270 by itself, I think. And then the bug out CF Elite should cap that around $750. Yeah, Vault was the cheap imitation of Surge. Like, they were just trying to do the exact same thing when they could have just made Surge. Like, I bought that because they didn't make Surge, you know? Like I said, it's just they tried to make Surge without making Surge. It's like, fuck you, just make Surge. Like, No, that was Mountain Dew. That was the Yellow 5 and Mountain Dew. That was the urban legend on that. I don't have any of those knives, so I don't have opinions on them. Sorry. Sorry, knockoff. I'm trying to think, what else vanished that was mind-blowing? You remember when fucking Twinkies were supposed to be discontinued? Like the company shut down and people were like selling those on selling those things on eBay for like $900. And it's like, guys, chill. Someone's just gonna buy the company and start making them again. But no, that urban legend was just about yellow number 5, not just Surge Orbits. I don't remember that being good. That's just like a Fruitopia. Like everyone went for that, but it's like this is just drinking syrup. Like it wasn't good. We're talking about things that we actually want back. I'm sure those two are unrelated, but it's funny. Yeah, Surgeon. Fuck you, Surgeon Oregon. It's like we got it here, and it was like the 16-ounce cans. And the first thing I did when they came back was went and found them and bought a whole case. No, I bought 2 cases. They had a seatbelt buckle on them when I drove home, too. Man, that's some bullshit. The Sprite remix, that stuff. Oh my god, like I want that back too. Like the original OG Sprite remix. Were those the ones that came in the totally different bottles than the Pepsi bottles? Oh, wow. Brother, I quit getting high 14 fucking years ago. No, I just sound like this. And the thing you are concerned with is that. I've just got some LED lights on the floor that react to sound. Like they are dirt cheap from Five Below, if you believe it. Or no. This is a set from Amazon that can also go RGB color shift. Oh no, I got Tasty Cakes here in Georgia too. Yeah, like the Spice Coke and the strawberries and cream and all that. Like they're only in 12 packs here, and I don't want to buy a whole 12 pack just to find out it's disappointing. And like an individual 20-ounce bottle at work is like $2.40 or some shit. It's like, nope, I ain't spending that. So we're going in on this testing edge retention on it. That's what we do here on our live streams. We just we play around with these, check out the edge retention, and I hang out and shoot the shit with you guys while I'm doing it. We are 4.5 hours in, and this edge is still holding up quite well. So this is 154 cm. So we haven't tested the steel yet, and yeah, just having fun hanging out. Because like, you know, a lot of guys will do a knife review and they'll open the box and they'll flip it open and closed, and you know, they're like, this thing's awesome, and they didn't actually do any work with it. So this is the best way I've got to check the steel out, and the edge geometry and ergonomics and all that. Because if you got ergonomic issues, your hand will get destroyed by this. Yeah, no, the chill is pretty good. Oh, speaking of which, me with knives, you want to pick a figure out? Oh no, Ethan Grow can make some okay knives, but the ones I have are iffy at best, and the ones that I have are also like, I know one of them's a clone. It's a clone of a knife called the Decepticon. I didn't know that when I got it. LCV Blades Edge, what's going on, man? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Michael into Boca, also welcome. I didn't say welcome when you came in. But we're doing edge retention on a Kaiser Sheepdog XL. But yeah, me with not okay, the Pharaoh. This is something we do every so often in the stream, and we usually lose 2 to 3 people when we do it. You want to go up or down on the arm? That's the question. You want to go up or down on the arm? Up? Okay. So we're going for the up cycle. Let's find the song. We'll do a couple more. The song came up fast. All right, one more. Yeah, we do that about every hour. So, yep, we went down to 9. We always lose people. Yeah. Every time. I love it. Someone's like, oh man, we need to keep a running count of how many people we lose when you do that over a course of a stream. Because I think every time so far, it's either been 2 or 3 that disappeared. It's like, no, we can't laugh at farts. We're dead inside. Yep. We don't find farts funny. What little joy in life we have has been destroyed years ago. I'm pretty sure the 2 guys that just came in were like, nope, I'm out. So I think what we're seeing is basically between Cardboard Slayer and farting action figures, we're going to keep the view count, the concurrent viewer count low enough that I can actually read all the chat. Providing myself a service. Okay, we're up to 13. How long is it going to take to drop again? Well, one of them is my alt account, so I can read comments on the second phone, so. I need to set up like 70 alt accounts and have them all logged in at the same time. The algorithm won't notice that, will it? Yep, 10. Okay, we've stabilized at 10 for a few minutes. Yeah, Duke, welcome. Welcome. I don't think we've ever seen you here before. So I need all of you, each one of you, to buy 75 different phones and log in on all of them under different accounts for me. You'd do that if you were my real friends. Oh, dude, that is awesome. Holy shit. Yeah, my hand is still okay. The only problem I have is this edge right here, putting pressure here. And now that I'm on more tame cardboard that's not so heavy duty, not a problem. Hey, pets are people too. We let them up on the couch, don't we? I said if I ever hit the point where I can do super chats, the super chat's just gonna get one of those farts. $3 super chat. Oh, he left. No, that is awesome. Like, sorry. Yeah, $50 super chat. We cycle through till we find a song. But yeah, I always think about like if I designed a knife, what would I design? And like so much more goes into it than I think will go into it. Like that's one of the things I think it was might have been Lefty that was talking about it. Or no, it was one of the guys on a live stream. Might have been Matisfaction. I can't remember. But it's the guy from I think it was Jack Wolf. That guy was talking about how like getting a knife launched. Getting a knife launched on your own brand is something like $10,000 or something like that. And like you're gonna have to like. Oh no! See, you build the trap soles into the design yourself. That's how you do that. If you can't make your own, store-bought's okay. Yeah, Ben sounds familiar. That was probably it. Because yeah, he was talking about how much it costs to like launch your own knife and all that. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, man, you're risking that much on it. You got balls of steel, dude. Like, you know, that's that you got balls the size of church bells there, man. I couldn't do it. Like, not without having some kind of foundation and about near 100% certainty I was at least going to break even on it. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Because like one new piece of machinery that's going to handle production at Night's Edge. What's going on, man? Like if you got to build new machinery, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars per machine. You know, new tooling for existing machines. Yeah. No, the bad day to quit doing mushrooms is when we do. Now you picked a bad day to quit doing mushrooms, and we lowered the property value around here. It's still at 13. Holy shit, we're still at 13 right now. So every so often I'll let one of my regular guys pick one of those out. There's like 8 of them. And every time we've done that tonight, we've lost like 3 viewers. Like that. So like now we're just kind of keeping track. I'm not sure why, but everyone's just like, I can't laugh at a fart. I'm out. All right, Fook. Yeah, check in later. We're still going. Like, I'm still in okay enough shape to keep going. Sir, you are solely responsible for that ride. I can offer you no assistance from outside. Oh my God. No, so I live next door to a lady that would go through the neighborhood moving trash from one can to another on trash day. I mentioned that earlier, but like trash gets picked up and I walk over there. I'm like, where the fuck did she get a bag of onions in Russian? Like, seriously, where the fuck did that come from? And guys, I may need like 5 minutes to help the wife get some stuff upstairs. It sounds like the garage door just opened. The steel is 154 cm. And I'll say this right now, it will not let go of adhesive from boxes. It just won't. Yeah, let me go check on the amount of stuff to carry in real quick, and I will be right back.
Garage door.
Give me a few seconds, guys. I'll be right back. Love you.
Thank you, honey.
Yep. Okay, guys, I'm back. Actually, I do believe that's true. They're considered private property. But yeah, no, it was the weirdest fucking thing. Like, and I'd watch her do it too. I'd watch her just go from house to house, pulling trash out of one can, carrying it to another. It was never a direct one-to-one swap either. Like, you know, like she might go 2 houses down, grab something out of a can, and then switch it for something else like across the street. So it wasn't like trading back and forth between 2 cans. It was neighborhood wide. But that lady was nuttier than squirrel shit. I'm kind of curious to see what our highest concurrent count for this live stream is, because I think we might have hit 22 at one point, which I think is the highest we gotten so far. But yeah, we're getting close to the 5-hour mark. I think you spelled misdemeanor right. And I think I'm starting to feel some significant edge wear now. I don't know, we'll have to take it to the copy paper. As far as this is concerned, the cut's definitely getting louder and a good bit fuzzier, but it's still cutting. Come on. Yeah, there's definitely very noticeable wear now. Like, I don't know if you can tell, but that cut's a lot fuzzier than it's been being. But we're not shot out enough to break out the work sharp yet. However, this cardboard is beat half to death, which could also be part of it. Yeah, because I think this is about where that D2 was after about 4 hours. Once this box is cut up, I'll grab one of the ones that we know is sturdy and see how it does on that. But the rest of the cardboard we got is this and some other stuff that's really beat down. And for everybody watching that isn't in the comments, welcome. I hope you guys are enjoying what we're doing here. I said welcome and like 2 people vanished. All right. So what we're doing today, we're being rude. Okay. All right. So have you figured out like what a have you figured out what a price point is going to be on what you're doing there, knockoff? Like, do you have a price point you're shooting for? And yes, Sprinkles, this is the Kaiser Sheepdog XL. There's also a mini sheepdog, which I don't want mini, I want oversized and hilarious. It's like, are you designing your blade as purely a, I don't know how to say it. Okay, 75 bucks. I mean, that's not terrible. Like, and I know it's a bit unrealistic of me, but I'd love to be able to design something that is quite probably made in America, but for like 35 bucks ish, which I don't think you'll get it. You can probably get away with doing that, but I'm not sure how well it will work or what kind of quality you'd end up with. And some of that edge wear in that cut may be right here. I need to clean this off and try it again. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that I'd be looking at is, you know, anything that I would design made in China is not the end of the world, especially if it can bring the cost down. But, you know, I'd be looking at about 35, 40 bucks maybe with a D2. You know, but trying to make something for guys like me. I tell you what, though, once I'm rich, people like me better watch out. Yeah, I'm like, 12C27 is not one I'm familiar with. That is a new one on me. Yeah, I mean, I might be thinking kind of back asswards about it, but brain fart. Like, I'd be looking at possibly selling one and not making a ton of it and one go off of each one, but just to try to get established and get it out there, and then look at so are they both basically the same steel, or is you talking about like D2 versus 440C, or what are we looking at there? It's like, of course, I don't have you know, like I don't have hands-on experience with the edge retention on 14C28N yet. We tried, but it got nowhere. I am spilling my denatured alcohol fucking everywhere. And I've still got tape stuck to this thing. Get off of my knife tape! Okay, I think I got it. All right. My sinuses are not clear, sir. Like, I've been in a cloud of cardboard dust for 5 hours now. Okay, so we're still getting the fuzzy cut. But yeah, that's a lot less edge wear than I thought. When we have adhesive stuck to these blades, it fucks up the cut on copy paper. So yeah, we're still in pretty good shape. It's a little fuzzy, but I'm gonna get some more copy paper real quick so we got something to test on a little bit later here. Yeah, I've got to pick up another ream of this stuff because I am running real low. Josh likes food. What's up? Yeah, we're still doing okay on edge retention. Like, we're doing all right, man. Have not sharpened, have not stropped, have not done anything besides cut with it. So that's pretty impressive for how long we've been at this. You know, sometimes we light a candle to remember, but in the bathroom we light a candle to forget. Which we may end up sharpening this thing on the live stream at some point here. That's all right. I stole the candle joke from Facebook, dude. It's all yours. The blade will warm up from the friction a little bit. Like, I've pushed blades where they get almost warm enough to be uncomfortable touching it. But we're not going fast enough to push it that hard. The ones I did that with were at work. And I had like 3 feet of cardboard that I could just go all the way through on. So you're talking about taking huge long cuts back to back to back as fast as I could to not get caught doing it. I'll tell you what, though, I do not like the way this is cutting right now. Like this. The freehanding. So I did freehanding on this one today. My second try, you saw that. We got a pretty crisp, even edge on both sides. And this thing, no problem. It shaves. It does the cut on paper real nice. If it doesn't tear at the low spot. Yeah. So I've definitely got enough of it figured out that I can do a decent job sharpening a blade freehand. I've just got to find some more knives that I can work on that are dull enough that they are worth sharpening. I think I was going to sharpen the one of the Ozark Trails. And it's like, no, it's still sharp as shit from the last stream we did. Are you telling me of all people to remember to strop? Do you hear yourself right now, sir? The strop. The one thing I won't shut the hell up about. Seriously. I mean, I'll tell you, the just the buffing compound from Harbor Freight on a strop did pretty damn good. But that diamond paste, holy shit. I mean, I stropped an edge onto a ceramic blade. Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, before I used the strop, one, I made sure it was shaving from the 600 grit. I made sure it was doing a clean cut on paper. And I also knocked the burr off on the stones before I moved to the strop. So I did everything right with it. Yeah, like I said, dude, diamond paste. It does fucking amazing things on a strop. But you know, because that was the thing. Like, I know what my strops are capable of doing. We've seen it. So I didn't want the strops to be the reason it was sharp. So, you know, I made sure that it was as sharp as it could possibly get off a 600 grit and acting right before I stropped it. And dear God, that went good. It's just like the first one I sharpened, that crappy Tanto. It also came out that sharp. It just doesn't look as good. So I don't really have a preferred brand of diamond paste, but you can get some on Amazon for cheap. And depending on how many sides you have available to you on your strop, like if you got one strop with two sides, you'll want to go like 14 micron down to 5 micron. You know, and that depends on how sharp your knife already is before you start. If you're coming in there with a really sharp knife that you want to just hone to absolute perfection, you know, you can go down to 1 micron. Yeah, no, Temu was just looking to see what could be done, but the same diamond paste is on Amazon for a little bit more money. Because I've got a grip for progression from, I think, 24 micron or whatever it is down to 2.5. So I'll go through the full progression. And that's a 5-step process for me. And like I said, that diamond paste sharpened a ceramic blade. So that should tell you what it can do. So I think it's like 24 to 14 to 10 to 5 to 2.5. Like, I don't remember exactly what it is because I didn't write it on the strops. But if I get some new strops and expand my grip progression, I'm going to write the number on there so I can remember. It's like at the end of one of these live streams, as long as the factory edge has a decent angle on it, I can take it from, you know, 4 hours of wear on Cardboard Slayer to shaving again in about 15-20 minutes on strops. You know, and I'm sure like a higher end diamond paste, something made by a more well-known manufacturer instead of whatever Chinese company is shipping them through Amazon, because it's the exact same tubes and the exact same labels that I got from Temu, which are pretty endemic to across the board. But if I was to buy nicer stuff and spend some more money on it, I could probably get a more accurate micron count and a more consistent micron count without grit contamination. But what I have here does more than enough. Like I do want to pick up. I want to pick up a fresh set of strops, get like 3 decent sized strops so that I can do a 6-stage grip progression. And go down to 1 micron. But I've only got 5 strop sides available. It could be relabeled. That is entirely possible. That's one reason I'm not super worried about it. Because like what I've got's already doing as much or more, as much as I need to or more. I'm not that worried about it. Oh, God. Sinuses are so badly backed up. Okay, we got some 44 pound. We'll go in on that and see if the cuts are a little cleaner. Because like the cardboard I'm using has been used to ship Frito-Lay back and forth a whole bunch of times before I got it, so it's pretty beat up. And also significantly sharper than newer cardboard would be at the same edge crush test. Oh my God. I'm telling you right now, 5 hours of this will leave you pretty beat up. Scares the hell out of me every time it does that. Stop it. Do my bidding. So like the against the grain cuts are all pretty smooth, but down along the grain, it ain't happy. Probably because the points of contact are so much smaller all the way across. There we are, we'll do that. Come on, get off of there. So how's everyone doing? Did anyone else see the cookies and cream flavored Oreo? Like, what the fuck were they trying to accomplish there? Yeah, chat just hit a big old dead spot there. Oh, Paul, man, thank you so much. Paul Mills, welcome. The hand is doing all right. Like I said, just the one spot where this is putting pressure on it, which is to be expected, is definitely taking a beating, but everything else is fine. I don't have fingertips going numb or anything like that. And believe me, the subs are always greatly appreciated. But yeah, like I said, if you just got here, I've been cutting cardboard up with this thing for 5 hours to see how badly we can wear the edge out. There's not too much edge wear. Like, it's noticeable, but it's still not catastrophic. I will say, thank God for the large dingus in on the flipper tab. It's keeping my knuckles from like smacking into the table every time I cut. That was the thing that bit me with the Mastodon here. Is the bottom of that cut, my knuckles hit the table all the time. That got old. But yeah, this is nice. Yeah, we're gonna be making a. Yeah, this is the Kaiser Sheepdog XL. Me with Knives already knows. He's been here for a while. Me with Knives has done a lot of live streams with us. Or he's written out a lot of live streams with us. Yeah, still cutting. So we're getting closer to breaking my personal best. Yeah. I don't prep food with my pocket knives. I don't want to have to clean them, especially not trying to get stuff out of my pivot if it gets in there. I've done it. I've used that Mastodon to cut up steak. But I don't like to. And brother, if I was gonna do a 24-hour stream and put myself through that and do all the prep work for it, it's going to be for charity. And that is when I know I'd have pretty good odds of raising a significant amount of money for that charity. I was talking about that earlier, you know. I'd love to be able to do like a marathon live stream and you know, make a ton of money for the Humane Society or Make-A-Wish or someone like that. But yeah, Sprinkles, the diamond paste is just basically an oil-based compound that has crushed up diamonds in it of different sizes. So you're basically sharpening the knife with diamonds. It works. Like, I got one of the strops that Ting Ting made, and I put just regular buffing compound on that, even though he told me not to, and it worked great. It did good enough. But yeah, that diamond paste is a game changer. Speaking of which, I wonder if Ting Ting's going to be a blade show. I haven't seen anything mentioned yet. I know the last 2 years he's been at Blade Show, and last year he had his blade from Forged in Fire with him. Which I kind of wish he'd been put up against anybody except Paul Pinto. That was just such bad luck on his part. I've got 2 button locks. So I've got the Pyrite, which I like well enough, and the Civivi Cogent. The Cogent I don't like. Second tier, knockoff, what's up? So the Civivi Cogent I actually have right here. Like, everybody knows what the Pyrite is. It's the Pyrite. But this thing, if you could control closing it, it's like you go to close it and the blade bounces back open. Like even if you get the timing right, if you don't close it very gently, it bounces back open. Oh yeah, I've got the Sin-Cut Crowley too, which I like the Crowley. It feels a lot like the Pyrite. The Crowley's pretty damn good. But yeah, it's like you can't really close it without it bouncing back open. Like it just, I don't know how that made it out the door and made it past testing. Like I don't understand. Especially with Civivi. Which I think that was like Civivi's first button lock. I could be wrong about that. And someone said they fixed them in later iterations. But I got one of the ones with the crappy button lock on it. Like the Pyrite, way easier to control. Way easy. The Crowley, also easy to control. Like I shouldn't have to work that hard and put that much thought into what I'm doing when I'm closing a knife. I really shouldn't. Especially if you're using it while you're working, you got to get it open, get it closed, and put it back pretty fast. Yeah, no, that's not something I find terribly acceptable. It's not as bad as having to work on a knife to make it work right out of the box, but still, like, it's Civivi. They could do better. I like Civivi. I haven't seen that, and I'd love to play with a compression lock, but I don't have one. Yeah, like we talked about Obsidian. I know you talked about it the last time you were on a stream with us. It's just, again, like the only Obsidian blades I've seen that look any kind of durable are like that thick, which ain't gonna push through this too good. And a thin enough blade to push through here is just, it's gonna snap. It's gonna snap. The Obsidian will chip just anything that's thin enough to make this slicing cut like this at this depth. It's just going to snap. This is 154 cm on the Kaiser Sheepdog XL. You know, like I said, I'm over 5 hours into this, and it's still going pretty strong. And like we've been using some of the toughest cardboard I have and really, really punishing it, and it's still going strong. It's like the edge crush test on the boxes is kind of the, it'll define how easy it is to cut pretty reliably. And usually we're doing about 32-pound edge crush tests for the most part, and then dipping into the harder stuff every so often. This one has been almost entirely 44-pound, and then we've thrown some 61-pound and 71-pound at it just to see what it could do. And the edge geometry, thank you, Sprinkles. The edge geometry on the blade right here at the apex is not great, at least not great for this. So the fact that it's still doing this, like, I imagine if I put my 18-degree edge on this, it would still be like almost shaving sharp at this point. Like, I'm assuming this is either bead on it or put your own edge on it. I'm assuming that's what they intended. We're definitely giving her a hot supper tonight, boys. I'm not sure for what, but thank you, knockoff. Oh wow, I hit 1100? Dude, sweet. I said I'm looking forward to being able to do the looking forward to doing the 2K giveaway. I'm going to try to get something nice for that. Like the Olatans was nice, but something a bit more higher end. B for Baron, what's up, dude? So my favorite bevel angle is 18 degrees. All right. This knife right here is the Ozark Trail Axis Lock from Walmart, and this is the one that they fucked up on royally before it left the factory. That's its own separate story. But we did Cardboard Slayer with it, and it only lasted an hour on the factory edge. I put 18-degree angle on this, and it went for 3 hours, and it still wasn't totally shot. It stropped back up to... Like, I was able to strop it back up to shaving a little bit after 3 hours. Thank you, Sprinkles. Speaking of which, Sprinkles, you deserve a branch. There we are. You got a wrench, Sprinkles. At least you should have. Yep. You did. Which, he gets moderator status because I know him in real life. And he is a friend. Yeah, I'm trying to think about... Yeah. Well, it'd be different if I didn't know him in real life and hadn't known him for like 7 years now. Yeah, the Frito-Lay cardboard's not happy about getting cut. There we are. Now, Sprinkles, promise me you'll abuse your power. It's just like Punisher and Fook got their wrenches because they've been here pretty much since the beginning, and I needed moderators to share the Make-A-Wish link. And I could count on them to be here for most, if not all, of a live stream and keep up with that for me. Which I don't know how that campaign went. I am planning to go as long as I can physically. We're shooting for 8 hours, which is still another 2 hours out, 2.5 hours out. Let's see, 9 o'clock. Yeah, that'll make 6 hours. Mastodon. What the hell's a V5? Like, you gotta be clear. was like, this, one of my favorite EDCs. Cannot argue with it. They did a great thing here. You know, I'm almost curious if you were to basically create glass dust and put that in a paste, what that would do as a strop. Oh, the V5 pen? Yeah. Well, I mean, you're entitled to your wrong-ass opinion. You know, whenever you look up from your mom's OnlyFans, you got to say something. But, you know, it's not valid here. You know, you can just come out and say that every last bit of joy in your life was stripped out 15 years ago. Yeah, this cardboard's no longer happy with life. If I don't hit that angle just right when I'm cutting, we get that right there. All right, Josh, see you later, man. Let's see. I think I'm at 16 years ago now. Tyler Stoneman, what's up? The best way to cook a potato, have someone else cook it for you. Like, I might actually put the effort into cooking something that doesn't go in the microwave about 3 times a year. So this is not necessarily the best channel for cooking advice unless the guys in the comments want to chime in. There you go. See, he knows what to do with it. Deck cord. Now, I'm assuming you could probably also stuff a bunch of pudding in there and then jam an M80 in it. That'll do something, right? Like high velocity mashed potatoes there with dessert too. An inconvenient curse. At least twice a week you walk in on your parents having sex. But, you know, if I were to curse someone, I would do it properly and with some suspense. So my own particular curse would be at some point in the future, and you don't know when, you're going to become the third person in a human centipede. Like, just leave that hanging over him. But that's how I roll. Or like another one. You know, I would curse you to suffer a homeless guy pissing on your shoes every time you put them on, no matter where you were. All right, you could be on top of the Burj Khalifa with every single door locked and guards stationed around you, and still you put your shoes on, there's a homeless guy peeing on them. You're in your car, doors locked, you put your shoes on, somehow there's a homeless guy standing there in your car peeing on your shoes. Every single time. So I don't do minor inconvenience. Like another one, every possible point of contact you have with the internet times out for 5 minutes every hour. That'd be great. That'd be like a South Parked up Twilight Zone episode there. I just want to wear shoes. For the love of God. I just want to wear shoes. You know what? I'll show you the best movie knife in my opinion, and that's probably because it's not the most functional, but it's had the biggest impact. I'll be right back. All right, so the best movie knife. The Rambo knife. Autographed. And it's just because this thing has done more for knives and movies than I think any other knife. Why, thank you. No, see, and that's at this point in the direction society is going, I think clown porn would be a little harder to explain than incest porn. Honk honk. Stallone might be a knife guy, but why did he go with such a bad design for the fucking Heartstopper? Like I know it's a copy of another knife that already existed that they basically just made a cheaper, crappier version of, but like I don't know if it's just because movie knives have to look kind of impractical. Sort of like the fucking Frost Cutlery wall hangers. But I don't know, underrated blade shape. That's kind of a hard one to pick, man. Because like pretty much all of them are well known by now, and they all are known for what they do. You know, like I say Tanto, everyone knows exactly what it is. Trying to think of one that I've heard talked about the least. That is the more interesting question. Because like that's where we get into some interesting weird crap. Like Your knife is bad. You should feel bad. Because I can't think of a single one that doesn't have some kind of designation to it. You know, and just about every single one I can think of has all had its phase where it's the one that everybody goes off about. Hawkbill is not a bad call. Like, but even then, like you pull out a Hawkbill and guys that aren't necessarily knife guys will look and go, oh, linoleum knife, because that's what you use for linoleum. It's like this guy right here, even though the knife's a piece of junk, I like this blade profile a lot, but that's just a modified sheep's foot or just a straight up sheep's foot, depending on your perspective. You know, and your Gerber's quality control sucks. That's not one I can readily answer. Not with any confidence. That is useful information there. The Hori Hori knife, that's a bit underrated. Like, a lot of people look at that as a gardening knife, and I get it. I've used it for popping weeds out of customers' yards just to save myself 2 weeks of free service calls going back again and again. But you sharpen that thing up and you are dealing with a modern updated version of the fucking serrated bayonet, basically. Old knife that they should bring back. Depending on how far back you want to go, the Van Hoy designs from CRKT, those have been off the market for a while. You know, oh, the Schrade 470T Old Timer Beast. That needs to be brought back and modernized. That is one that I've had mine since like 1998. And I want that to come back with, you know, ball bearings, pocket clip, G10, something like that. Like, I want that to come back. That's what I feel like they should bring back, but I'm also very, very sentimentally attached to it because it's one of the few things I own that survived 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 7 different moves. And it's still with me. Like, I've had those, because I used to couch surf a lot, and a lot of that comes with having to leave with no warning because shit hit the fan. Shit hit the fan and you had to go. I haven't had anything that I hated at first, like, and then loved. If I hated it first, it's bad enough that it's going to stay hated. I'm trying to think of ones that I warmed up to slowly, and nothing's coming to mind. Either I really like it or I really don't. There's not much middle ground there. The knife's still holding up pretty good, folk. In a few minutes, we'll check the copy paper again and see how it likes that. But as long as I hold it right and at a good angle, we're still getting a clean cut on some shit cardboard. But what did I not like when I first got it and warmed up to it? That is a... Also, the knife I'm using right here is the Kaiser Sheepdog XL in 154 cm. So we haven't tested the steel yet. We're approaching 6 hours in and still haven't sharpened it or stropped it. One thing I would change about the knife industry, right now, I wouldn't, it's not necessarily, it is the industry, but I would bring back the trend of like making really weird knives that still function. You know, that's, I love my pocket swords. I love my pocket cleavers. I love a good drop point. And I also love when companies do really weird knives that work. The Manus Gearhead, um, the Ed Van Hoy Snap Lock and Snap Fire from CRKT Dactyl, the Camillus Lever Lock, like more of that stuff coming back. Um, yeah, like, and the bottom of the bottom tier blade steels can go away. Your 3CR, 7CR, there's no point. 8CR, you can still do just as cheap. Same price point. Why bother? That is a good call. And I do appreciate coming in with the knife questions because that is something that I do enjoy talking about, even if I don't have a ready answer. Oh, Jesus Christ. Someone just showed me one too, and I can't remember what the hell it is. Ripstop, is that it? I think it's Ripstop, but I could be wrong. Like, I like swords, but the only ones I have are they're machetes. That's usually my favorite type of a long blade, but swords are also significantly too expensive for me to collect, especially considering I wouldn't have a way to use them. Now, my favorite machete that I have is the Cold Steel Cavalry Saber machete. That thing is just all kinds of badass. I do have a katana that's made out of Damascus, but I don't have any clue what the quality is or how usable it is. But yeah, like for longer blades, I just go for a machete. Ease of maintenance, I'm more likely to use it. And I do use machetes on occasion. I used to use them a lot working landscaping. But yeah, that's the direction I go. Like, I don't have swords or play with them. I'd love to. I'd love to have a valid reason to get them. But the company that makes my knife for me is going to be either Artisan or Civivi. And honestly, you're looking at basically just a straight up drop point designed to be as light as possible and have the best ergonomics for punishing it like this. Which a million of those already exist. Part of me would love to go with you know, a really, really funky wild design, which I can't put together in my head right now. The only other thing that I am thinking that I'd love to make is a folding kukri with a little bit of a clip point in it. But yeah, that's definitely Artisan or Civivi for that. Cold Steel, actually, you know what? For a folding kukri with a little bit of weird design on it, Cold Steel is who you go with. I'm gonna go with Cold Steel. Like, I'm still kind of getting a feel for a lot of stuff. I'm no expert, but Cold Steel has kind of become my favorite company for a lot of things. It's like even their budget knives are beyond fantastic. So yeah, Cold Steel's making it for me, and I'm just gonna cut loose with my folding kukri idea. That's where we're going. Yeah, Cold Steel are the right people to make that. No question. And then, of course, if you ask second tier knives here, he already has his own knives designed, and he's talking to companies to make it for him. As much as I hate to say it, Benchmade is an overhyped knife company. Like, really. You got the butterfly tax, and you don't have, like for me, they don't have a ton of stuff that I want. I got the thing that I wanted from Benchmade, and, like, there's not much else they offer that I'm super, super into, but there's a lot of stuff that, does have a ton of hype. I'm just not that interested in it. I wanted my bug out. I got my bug out. A friend of mine got me a much nicer bug out. That's all I needed. I take that back. I want a Benchmade 9000 automatic again. I want that knife back, and I don't have the money to chase that down. No, that's the thing, is like, Benchmade is one of those be seen with brands, basically, in my opinion. Like, that's, like, they make some good stuff. They make some durable stuff. I've seen what the Mini Freak can take. I've seen what the Bug Out can take, and it's a lot more than it looks like it can take. That's what sold me on the Bug Out, was, like, I like the design. I did appreciate the hype on it, but then I saw, like, Dutch Bushcraft Knives put one of those Bug Outs through some pretty serious shit, and it took it. I don't know, that would be weird to see this stuff come up as an interview on a website somewhere. Like, the closest thing I've seen to that is there is a guy that speaks Spanish that remixed you're in the right place for people to talk to, man. But Spanish speaking gentleman did a remix of one of my shorts on that Temu butterfly knife, that bullshit. And he was just basically roasting its appearance the whole time. He's like, I don't think you realize I was already doing that. Oh no, I saved up quite a while for my Bug Out, and the CF Elite was 140 bucks when I got it, so I was like, yep, that's mine. And then I'm so scared to ding it up that I don't carry it. Well, now I don't have space for it. Like, I have to be carrying something different every week to do videos on it, so I don't have space in my pocket for anything else, so the Bug Out doesn't get carried right now. So I keep wanting to grab the Bug Out. I keep wanting to grab the Devo Knives Growler V2. I keep wanting to grab the Olatan's T025, the Montecala Assault Team 1. I do have stuff that I would like to grab, but, I'm spending a full week with each knife to see how it is day to day to live with. And, reach for, use, put it back. All that. So it's like there's not room in my pocket for any of my favorites. So foreign country with some great knives, like China and Taiwan are your go-to for that. Like, sorry, China makes some great stuff. They make it cheap. Taiwan makes some great stuff. They're almost as cheap as China from what I can tell. Yeah. And the ones people are sleeping on. So if you're interested in some novelties, Gen Knives needs to be paid attention to, because the kits that they make are a lot of fun. I'm waiting on more of those to be released. Like, if you've seen the videos I did on them, I really fucking like them, and the Captain Knife kit did great on Cardboard Slayer. Olatan's, if they drop some more stuff that's not folding X-Acto knives, they need attention. Montecala, they need to be paid attention to, because if they do keep making more stuff, like the ones that I have are fantastic. But they definitely need to be making more stuff. I don't think Hogue is really slept on. I really don't. Like, the fact that everybody in here knows what Hogue is, with no questions about it. I don't think they get slept on, especially not with a, you know, for the longest time there were shit tons of reviews of the the Hogue Deca versus the Benchmade Bug Out, and how you know, nose and nose they are for what a knife is. Kubi is one I don't have experience with yet, so I can't offer a valid opinion on that one. You know, this is where being really damn broke bites me in the ass. There's a lot of stuff like that that I have no experience with, even though it's cheap, because I can't just buy 4 or 5 knives a week to play with. K320, is that some kind of drug, me with knives? Are you on drugs? Buck knives isn't slept on, but Gerber's way too fucking overrated. Like, I think Gerber used to be pretty good, especially for budget knives, but from what I've experienced with more modern Gerbers, no. What era of knives would I pull from? Right now. I feel like this is probably the best time in history to be a knife guy. All right, you look at the amazing shit you can get for like 35 bucks right now. Because, like, you know, I was born in 1980. I lived through the 1990s. I know what cheap knives in the 1990s were like, and a lot of us can just unilaterally agree. The stuff you could get for 20 bucks then is absolutely demolished, like hopelessly demolished by what you can buy today for $20. And that $20 back then, adjusted for inflation, is the same value as about 40 bucks today. You know, like, you really cannot pick a better time than right now to be a knife guy. I mean, shit, for 13 bucks, I can get stuff that blows everything I had in the 90s just about out of the water. You know, for cheap knives. And I mean, hell, for $5, you can get something that demolishes, you know, just about everything that was available in the 90s under like 50 bucks. Shit, dude, go to the medieval times and show the first peasant you can find your phone with porn and a knife with a flipper tab. The future of the knife industry, I'm expecting some stuff like S35VN to become the replacement as D2 for, like, you know, a truly budget steel. I'm expecting more small companies to pop up that are offering stuff that's better than Gerber, Kershaw, older established companies for the same price. That's already happening now, but I expect it to become a lot more prevalent. I'm looking for the Benchmade tax to just get higher and higher as time goes on. You know, I'm either looking for more goofy stuff like the Benchmade Desert Warrior or the Microtech banana knife. Either more stuff like that to pop up and probably get more affordable, or it's going to go away completely. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Oh, it's getting there now. However, we're not finding $35 knives with S35VN. that we can be confident is S35VN yet. We're getting there. It's coming. You know, that's the thing is like, you know, S30V could replace D2, or could replace take S35VN spot, and you know, the lower end of super high quality steel, and the price can come down on that a lot. You know, but expecting higher end steels to get cheaper and cheaper as time goes on is not a reflection of what I think the you know, what I think is going to happen in the future, because that's what happens. Like, it's happening today. It's been happening for the life cycle of knives once they started beating out 440 for steel quality. So I just, you know, you can safely expect more of that. It's just a question of which steels are the ones that are going to drop down to the cheap end and become your stock standard cheap knife steel. Yeah, S30V will always be a premium steel, or at least it will for a long time. But I'm kind of expecting it to drop down to replace the spot that S35VN's in when S35VN gets cheap enough to replace something like D2. I genuinely do not mind D2. So we're approaching the 6-hour mark. I still haven't sharpened it or stropped it. But, you know, D2 I'm okay with, especially seeing how it stacks up against 8CR13 and 9CR18. Like, it's hard to argue with it, especially when, you know, you can get D2 for like 20 bucks. Like, you can't argue with it. You know, it's not like throwing a huge variety of blade steels in the mix is going to make a difference unless you're a hard user. Well, we're also working on trying to beat the personal best. Like, our record is 7 hours. So I'm trying to see if we can go for 8. Maybe we'll get there. Yeah, look, Buck's going to stay stuck in their ways. They're going to stay with variations of the 110 until the sun explodes, which I don't mind. But like Gerber, Kershaw, and oh god, what's the other one? Gerber, Kershaw. Well, like most of our knives that we have done this with, except for 9CR, like 9CR, D2, all that showed some edge wear, but not a hell of a lot before I couldn't physically take it anymore. But there's there's Gerber, there's Kershaw. Yeah, Gerber and Kershaw especially really need to. Gerber and Kershaw need to step their game up. Their budget knives are kind of garbage. Like, Kershaw's are okay, but they're very outdated. And they're easily beaten by this knives at the same price from smaller companies that have just showed up more recently. Gerber, the quality control issues I've run into are right at unacceptable. You shouldn't be having that, especially since you can buy something for $5 or 10. Like, you can buy something for $10 that just smashes it and annihilates it. But you know, that's the kind of thing that I'm expecting from the future too. Like, you've got the This Duratec Axis lock cost $15. It is a fantastic knife. It annihilates anything that I carried back in the 90s for quality and ease of use. I expect more of this stuff to be happening. Like, the stuff in the $10 to $15 range is probably going to go through the damn roof. Especially the quality and the price. My right arm is fine. Like, this, what really gets me is my wrist and my hand and my shoulder. My shoulder hasn't fired up on me yet. It's probably going to. But really, the worst damage is right here. It's always right here. I remember there was a third company. I had Gerber, I had Kershaw. Like, both of those guys are making stuff that's way behind the times. Like, and I think that's a problem. You know, the quality control issues you see on Gerber for, you know, bottom of the barrel budget knives would have been acceptable, say, 15 years ago. But with what's available now compared to this, no. That is a good comparison. And I still love a good mag light that takes 4 D-cell batteries. I miss the one I had. I used to have one in my car. But when someone broke into my car and stole my subs and my head unit and my CDs, they also got my mag light. Still kind of surprised they didn't cut the seatbelts and slash the tires on their way out. More emotional support caffeine. I will say more than physical, I'm mentally exhausted. Yeah, let me finish this cut right here. We are going to take a look at the paper. And Sprinkles, would you please pick one? You got the scuba guy, you got the knight, and you got the alien to pick from. Which one do you want, dude? James, do you want alien, scuba guy, or knight? All right, how are we looking here? Yeah, we're still doing good here, guys. Like, it wore down to a certain point, which I think was, again, taken off the fine part of the apex, and not much has changed. Oh, God, Camillus. Damn it, would you quit tearing? There we are. So I've got a huge soft spot for Camillus just because I've had that lever lock since like 1998. That's another one that survived a bunch of moves. But yeah, they could use a revamp. Now, that being said, Camillus. Did I have one over here? Yeah, because I've got the Camillus Choff and the Camillus Wedge right here. And again, these were under $15. I think one was 12 and one was 13. All right, these fucking annihilate the quadrant. And let me take a look at how much I paid for the quadrant. Yeah, the quadrant was $25.42. So it seemed like a good deal. But yeah, no, Camillus is definitely not the same company, not the same owners. But the Choff, this is kind of right there with the Bug Out for nice, flat, small, easy to carry, easy to use. The only thing it's missing is the detent's really weak. Like, it's really weak. You really got to flick it to get it to pop open. But it's a great knife. The Wedge, while not as comfortable to carry and not as ergonomically designed, for like 13 bucks, it's kind of hard to go wrong with it. And I think these saw like 60, 75 hard cuts through cardboard just to see where the edge started to wear, which it really didn't, but you know, these absolutely annihilate like my budget Gerbers and budget Kershaws. But I would love for Camillus to show back up doing stuff like the I lost track of my train of thought. 52-100 would probably hold its edge for about a month, honestly. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I'm pretty sure the edge would not wear out anytime soon. Oh. You know, and unfortunately, like, I'm not good enough at making knives and really knowing that I nailed my heat treatment to do this with it with any confidence. Because honestly, if I was like competent with knife making like I'd want to be, I could run out a 52-100 knife and just run that and see how it do, but nah. Oh yeah, see, the thing is, like, I know what 52-100 is because I just tried to make myself a little keychain tag with my logo on it, and so I forged a ball bearing down flat, hot punched it, and annealed it like 8 times, and still could not drill a fucking hole through it. I burned out like 5 drill bits and was like, nope, fuck this, I'm out. I tried hot punching it, and I couldn't get that right either. No, like the 52-100 you can get easily is going to be in ball bearing form. And those are a pain in the ass to forge out. They're a pain in the ass to drill. Like, working with 52-100 is a pain in both asses. So this has got 154 cm, and what it really means is it's nice, solid edge retention. That's the best way to put it. Like, 8CR13, okay, is your basically baseline dirt cheap knife steel, and that'll take on the factory edges that we've had about 2.5 hours before the edge is really super worn and you got to do something about it. This is now a little over 6 hours in and still going strong. So that should tell you kind of the difference between these things. Now, if I put my 18-degree edge angle on this, there's a really good chance it would be barely worn right now. Um, like, we did this one. All right, this is mystery steel, probably 420J, like really, really low end steel. On the factory edge, this lasted about an hour before it was catastrophically worn out. So I put an 18-degree edge bevel on it, and it went for like 3 hours before it started showing some significant wear. So that kind of tells you where your edge geometry comes into play versus edge retention on the steel itself. But this running for 6 hours like this and showing that little wear is fucking ridiculous. Like, I can't find anything to complain about there. It's just wild. So, what is your superstition with cold steel? I am curious. I don't know what these marks are on it that won't come off. Yeah, I'm trying to get the adhesive wiped off it. I got some stuff on the edge here that just will not come off. But when you've got adhesive stuck to your blade and you try to do the cut test on paper, it really messes it up. And I don't know what's stuck on here. It feels like just really, really stuck adhesive. It is. It's like I'm trying to give this thing the best chance possible of giving us good information. This is alcohol. This is denatured alcohol. The problem is we had some stuff that was just really dried up on there that wouldn't come off. But that's what I'm using is denatured alcohol right there. And then I'm going to give it a spritz with some glass cleaner to try to get the last of this residue off. Yeah, you don't want to leave steel sitting in vinegar for very long. Finally! Finally! I don't know what... All right. You get the alien. So no, the glass cleaner the alcohol left some residue with all the tape, and the glass cleaner just got rid of that last bit of residue, and not completely, but completely enough. So the sorry, I went brain dead for a second. The denatured alcohol got rid of the glue that was still stuck on it, but it left behind a little film, so I was getting the film cleaned off with the glass cleaner. And I could probably use a microfiber cloth too, but no, dude. I mean, I'll be honest, that superstition, I understand where that comes from. When you encounter a traumatic event like that, your brain will latch on to some part of it and associate it with something else. Trust me, I've got a song that keeps coming on the radio at work that triggers all kinds of PTSD, and I can't get away from it. You know, and it might not actually be tied to the event that I think it was, but my brain still holds on to that. So no, I get where you're coming from completely. Okay, so yeah, this thing with the cleaned up steel. The working edge is still there, like, but there is some wear. Like, it's not totally gone. The reason the paper isn't cutting worth a shit is when I'm not holding it just right, it likes to kind of curl over while I'm cutting, and then turns into a folded spot where the blade just catches on it wrong. I just want one piece of paper from you, you stupid stack. We're just past the 6-hour mark. Okay, so let's see if I can get a nice cut on this piece. Yeah, that's a little bitty tiny bit of wear, it feels like. It's just, again, when that paper starts to curl while you're cutting it, game over. Yeah, we are we're 2 more hours until we hit the goal. You know, anything after 7 hours is breaking the record technically, but 8 hours seemed like a nice round number. Give me about 3 minutes. I'm going to run upstairs and change the batteries in this thing, and I'll be right back. Coming back, guys. I'm almost there. Okay. So yeah, I've got the means and the tools to make my own Warhammer. That's on my list. Just whenever I get back in the shop. 2 projects waiting on me. A tomahawk out of a ball peen hammer and a Warhammer. And Sprinkles. If Sprinkle Donut Forge is still in here, he can make you a Warhammer and do a damn good job of it. But I don't know what he'd charge you for it. Because he has got the tooling and he has got a lot of experience working a forge. Not really. You know, the cut in the paper isn't even necessarily like the clean you cut on the paper is tied to sharpness. However, that's not the end all be all for answers. You know, like I said, if I had $300 for one of those best sharpness testers, we'd be able to get much more accurate, much more reliable information out of this. No, it's just, I know some people have got the hang of it where they hold it at just the right angle and they can get those cuts consistently nonstop. It's just not me. I haven't gotten there with that yet. Of course, I keep doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome every time, but that might not be related. No, when I've got like a fresh, brand spanking new edge I just put on something, the paper cuts are really easy. But once you start seeing a bit of wear, and that may be also part of it. You know, the guys that are doing that, and they're just, they just put an edge on it, or it's a factory edge. So that's probably the difference. I'm not doing this on a factory edge. I'm doing this on an edge with some wear on it. Why, thank you. I didn't stop to think about how well it would transfer through your phone. I know technology has come a long way. Like back in the days of the Nextel, it still wasn't quite there. So like you could lay the phone flat in your hand and whistle across a speaker flat like this real quietly, just the sound coming out of the other end, whoever was the poor bastard that you picked, it sounded like the speaker was about to explode. It's one of the worst noises you've heard in your life. I had so much fun with that. I miss Nextels. Well, it's not the same problem it used to be. Like, you still get a lot of people going, headphone warning, for no good reason. Headphone warnings are kind of useless unless you're on, like, the world's cheapest headphones. Well, and that's one of the things, too. Like, I had fun with Nextels being a complete asshole. But people who complain now about your cell phones giving the people around you too much access have no clue what the fuck they're talking about, because you haven't had someone have unreasonable amounts of access to you until you've carried a Nextel. You know, and then it's like having your phone on a speaker and anybody can hit you and say anything at any time and you have no say-so in it. Yeah, I had the Nextel for a job that I still to this day hate with a burning passion. But when they started getting a little too aggressive with me on the Nextel, I just turned it into a fucking playground. It's like, oh, I'm going to fuck with you for the rest of the day, asshole. Like, one of my favorites is I'd be like, and just make a nice, solid, clean fart noise. And that's how I got people's attention, and that's how they knew it was me. But there was one time my manager was talking to a customer on their property, and I chirped him. I'm like, just like that. And about 20 minutes later, he hits me up, and he is raising absolute hell. He's raising hell because that customer thought he ripped a fart in front of him. I was like, yes, this could not have gone better. Oh, God, that dial-up modem sound. That takes me back to the 4lane.com chat rooms. That takes me back to rotten.com, the Secret Files of Max Cannon, the Angel Fire page that I made. Um, so I'm trying to remember, like 4lane.com was my favorite chat room, and I had another one, and I honestly cannot remember what the hell that one was, so apparently it didn't stick quite as well. But I had so much fun in those chat rooms. Like, I learned basic HTML programming in those chat rooms, and that was only so that I could have like the big scrolling font in different colors. And then yeah, like I saw those BBS networks on the 8086. That was a bit before I got any kind of, before I got used to using a computer. I was way too little for that. I will say though, I did transfer a floppy disk's worth of porn on telex. Take that for what it's worth. But yeah, those chat rooms too, somebody had started a flame war up. No, the spine is quite thoroughly crowned, sir. Like, it's crowned enough. But, you know, somebody has started a flame war in the chat room, so you're just like, I'm sorry, guys. And then you'd post like about 2 paragraphs in the biggest font possible, scrolling with different colors. That room was shut down for the next 40 minutes. And of course, I was like 14 years old, so I didn't give a shit. Yeah, it's like my dad. He was on the internet way, way before it became what we know. That's what I'm saying. I transferred porn on telex. Like, telex is just a black screen with a blinking cursor. That's it. Look at how much crap stuck to this blade off of just that one box. This steel is a fucking magnet for tape residue. And I have damn near completely filled a box that's got to be, let me see. The box is right at 3 feet tall. 14 inches wide. 3 feet tall, 14 by 24. It is a very, very mild hollow grind. It's like just barely a hollow grind. And yeah, our hollow grinds have held on to some tape residue in the past, but not as aggressive as this one's doing it. You know, like those were easy to clean off with the alcohol. This one just ain't having it. Tell you what though, I'm asleep like the dead tonight. I ain't waking up in the middle of the damn night tonight. That being said, I've only got a few good functional hours after I wake up tomorrow before I got to go right back to sleep though. Because I got to wake up at 2 a.m. to open the fucking store. You know, it's holding on to this residue, kind of like my ex-wife held on to the notion that we'd somehow still be best friends if we split up. And she would not let that go. Sorry, you married and are living with your partner and affair number 4 that I could confirm. We're not best friends. Yeah, what would you charge to make a Warhammer there, Sprinkles? It's like, I'm assuming it would cost more than the cold steel, and it'd probably be a going to be a bit more rudimentary probably because it's not mass manufactured. It's like, I don't know if you're familiar with Ed Saul, the Ed Saul Crafts, but I know him, but he probably charge you like full custom price for a Warhammer, and you could probably get that really embellished. Our buddy Ting, he could do it, but again, you'd be definitely charged a pretty hefty premium. But yeah, if Sprinkles gets back to us. Like, this is a knife. Yeah, I don't know how people, I don't know how that's soothing to people. Like I've got some ASMR stuff I'll listen to, but it's like it's someone telling a story and they've got very quiet sound effects in the back. You know, there's one, what the hell's her name? Lena Grace. Like, she'll quietly tell you a story about, my favorite is taking an interstellar journey and how you're trying to escape an oppressive regime on a planet. So it's like a very nice, relaxing way of telling the story, and there's, like, if you ever watch Star Trek: The Next Generation, that hum in the background and the small, quiet beeps and boops of the computers making noise, it's like that. Like it's really nice. All right, but that's not someone whispering and tapping on things, and doing that stuff. I don't. That's just like the NPC thing. I don't understand. Like, I'm not gonna pay someone to say something weird. So like, I'm a huge fan of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Absolutely fucking love it. The original Star Trek, I've watched some, but not enough to develop a firm opinion either way. Didn't like Deep Space Nine that much. Didn't like Voyager that much. Haven't had a chance to see Picard. But for the longest time when it was on Netflix, I'd marathon the TNG. Just watch the whole thing, all the movies, just have it running the entire time I'm not at work. And thoroughly enjoyed it. I'd do that with TNG and Futurama. Like once a year, just marathon it. Yeah, it's just Deep Space Nine was like space politics. You know, like there wasn't anything there for me. You know, TNG was still space politics, but there was something happening. It was constantly moving. Like I said, I don't have a problem with the original Star Trek. I just haven't watched it enough to really form an attachment to it. You know, even though I don't really want to pick one favorite character, I gotta say Data. I got to. You know, it's like Data always has that look on his face, which you know it's just him trying to be kind of passive and neutral, but it's also the look of I could kill everyone in this room if I wanted to. You know, and that's like Picard and Wesley. Well, I've never violated the Prime Directive. About your mom, though. No, no, 7 of 9. Love that. You know, that's how fetishes start. Unlike your mother, I have never violated the Prime Directive. No, so, oh, God, dude. Yeah, Brent Spiner's cool. Like, I love his Patrick Stewart impersonation. No, so something you have got to try. All right, I invented a game called Picard Farts. Okay, like if anybody's talking on TNG, you can pause it, and there's a 90% chance you are going to get a crazy looking face. So you use that to describe the fart that just happened. And you can do so much with that. It is so much fun. It's like, no. See, this is just pausing it while someone's talking, and you see like their face, like it's always the weirdest looking face because it seems like they kind of exaggerated the movements in their face to really, you know, kind of carry the line. And so you get some amazing looks on people's faces, and it's just like, bro, like, does it smell like hot spinach on? Does it smell like stale spinach on hot asphalt? Because I've been saving it for a couple of days. Like, I liked Will, but you know, it's, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just try it. Try it next time you're watching. Just hit pause at random. It's like I stumbled across that on accident. Like I get up to go use the bathroom and pause it, and there's just a fucking they're making a crazy fucking face, and it kept happening. So it's just like, all right, here we are. Darmok and Jalad at your mama when her panties fell. I will say though, when I was a little kid, Tasha Yar getting murked by that pile of goo, that messed me up for a little while. Like that still sticks in my head. I think it was just the first time I'd seen a meaningful death of a you know a main character on a TV show. Like the first time I ever saw something like that. No, I didn't mean to kill her. That was just an orgasm. I'm evil, but I'm not that evil. God. They're like, fucking splats her in the neck, and Riker's like, did it feel like a sneeze, only better? If you're watching with your family, I apologize. I said it last time, if you get me on the right tangent, it gets very not family friendly very fast. I am a lot of things, but mature is not one of them. The wife received many, many warnings about this and is still frequently surprised. Well, she said I'm not very good in bed, but I don't know how she could, I don't know how she could figure that out in only 37 seconds. Huh. Now, Riker's like, I spent 3 weeks on Craigslist lining up a threesome. There were like 2 no-shows, but I still got down. Yeah, I understand that Mr. Beast does some cool stuff, but that's not the content I'm into, so I kind of don't care. Like T-Series, I don't even know what the fuck they do. Like, it would be amazing to have this provide a comfortable living. I'm sure you heard the phone buzzing. Favorite episode is, again, it's got to be, like, the one that really sticks with me the most is the Darmok and Jalad episode. Like that episode, it really, I don't know, it really spoke to me about, just trying to cross that barrier without understanding the language, like. And then the other one is the There Are Four Lights episode. So I don't know the names of the episodes. You'll have to bear with me on that. But the other one is definitely the There Are Four Lights episode. All right, man. I appreciate you being here, man, especially with the amount of time you spent here. Oh, I like Star Wars just fine too. I think I sat down with my kids and we watched the prequels and the original over the course of a marathon. That one was cool, where he had the second life and learned how to play the flute and all that. Like, that was just really cool. Like, that was a great story. That really was. I'm trying to think, what other episodes did I really, really get into? Like the part of the show where Worf was dealing with the dishonor of his family, like trying to get all that worked out. Like, that was also really, really good. Spaceballs is great. What the hell's his name? What the hell's... Eh. Trying to remember the guy's name, the Spaceballs and Blazing Saddles guy. It's like Lloyd Kaufman is his Wario. Jesus Christ. Mel Brooks, yes, thank you. Like, Mel Brooks was a fucking badass in World War II. You know, because like he was doing some like high risk spy shit in World War II. Like I can't remember the specifics, but yeah. Yeah, and like if you watched trauma movies like the Toxic Avenger and stuff like that, and you see the behind the scenes stuff, um but like if you watch Trauma, you see the behind the scenes stuff. Lloyd Kaufman is Mel Brooks's Wario. But no, Worf was a good character, man. Like he had a lot of complexity going on. Actually, upstairs, I found an autographed picture of a background actor as a Klingon. I'm guessing he was at a convention signing stuff, and we found it at Goodwill. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm buying that and bringing it home. Romeo and Juliet's a classic. No, no, no. Lloyd Kaufman is not the Timu version of shit. You take that back, you fucking charlatan. Yeah. I mean, well, the thing is like Worf is presented as sort of weak because he's, you know, Federation and not full on Klingon, but he's demonstrated to be himself to be more than capable many, many times. You know, it's just he doesn't have the intimidating aura of the full on space communist. Thank you, Punisher. Now, Worf was really presented as a character with a softer outside than the rest of the space communists. And then every time it needed to come out, there was a lot of strength behind it. It's just a softer exterior. All right, let's go on another one of these shitty boxes. Like, I have depleted so much of the supply of cardboard that I thought was going to be too much. I will say the episode where they discovered that humans, Romulans, and was it the Klingons? I think it was the Klingons were all just variations of the same starting point as a species. Was an interesting take. Well, I don't think anybody in Star Trek was really that good of a parent. I mean, you see how they were all completely unattached to their children. Like, nobody with kids in Star Trek really seemed to be that attached to their kids. Like, they were all like, fuck it, go enjoy or go enjoy our lack of capitalism and just be left to your own devices all day, every day. We don't care. The whole ship is a safety device. Enjoy, fucker. So it's like, You know, leaving Worf listed as a terrible father because he did the same thing every other fucking parent on that ship did is a bit much. Like Data's kid, like, was there for 2 days and he's like, all right, you're grown up, bye forever. Tell your mom I love her. You know, it's interesting. That's one of the laziest but most difficult to dodge tropes in literally every form of fiction. Um, Anime, fucking fantasy, fucking sci-fi, every single one. All these races are compatible with humans, and somehow the offspring always wind up being stronger than the parents. Every fucking time. Law just sort of died. I clearly don't remember that part. Someone was like, born, pick a gender, become adult. You're done. Like 3 easy steps over 2 days. Well, is it the cardboard or the edge that's cut my crap? Let's find out. V from the 80s. That's not clicking with me. All right, let's see where our edge is at. Okay, we're starting to see some very noticeable wear in the primary contact point. Charlie White, what am I making? I'm not making anything. We're testing out the edge retention of this steel. We're seeing how long it takes a dicing up cardboard to wear out, and it's also an excuse to hang out and shoot the shit with you guys in chat. We have been gassing on about Star Trek for the last 40 minutes. So if you like Star Trek The Next Generation, boy, you landed in the right place. And we are going on hour number 7 of cutting with this thing without sharpening it. Just a guess, what's up? Let's see. I will say Will Wheaton is... So my favorite character in The Next Generation is winds up being Data. Like, I love Worf, but Data is just cooler. Like, when I was a kid, Worf was the coolest one, but when I grew up, Data. Yeah, we are like 2 minutes away from 7 hours. Oh, we've we've been on different subjects. Besides which, the Batleth is not a good weapon. It was not a good weapon by design. But I will say, in Marietta, Georgia, and I've seen it pop up in memes, but there was a car. It was like an older muscle car that was a bit run down, but it had a spoiler held up by two Batleths. Like, I love seeing that car go by. The Klingon dagger looked cool until I knew more about knives. I'm like, just that thing looks hideously impractical and not functional. Which honestly, again, given the Klingons are just space communists, it makes sense. But yeah, as far as... Oh, space rednecks. That is a good question. Space rednecks, because it's not the Romulans, definitely not the Vulcans. Who else do we have to pick from? Like the races that are coming to mind pretty quickly: Romulan, Klingon, Vulcan, human. I'm drawing a blank on other ones right now. Like, and I know it would take away from the gravitas of the show. It would. But an episode with a true proper redneck in it would have been good. And not just an American redneck either, but an Australian redneck. Pack lids, I'd know them if I saw a picture of them. No. The one I'm thinking of, you know, the guys that are wandering around in dilapidated ass ships just trying to take parts off of other ships to keep it running? It's those guys. Oh, okay, Packlets. Fuck yeah! I got it. Okay, we all agreed on that one too. Like, no time flat. No, so we yeah, that was good. That was good. I'm so happy that happened. The clan Trilesta. Yeah, see, now we're getting into details I just don't remember anymore because it's been fucking years and my memory sucks. Like, these cuts against the grain going down this way are super fluid still. I will say one thing with Star Trek too, especially the Next Generation, is how fake the hand-to-hand combat looked. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, that was bad enough to take me out of the story a good bit. Like you see a fight break out and like Worf throws this weird backhanded uppercut and the guy goes flying. It's like, no, that looked awful. It's like those poor kids that believed the Vulcan neck pinch was a real thing. Like, oh yeah, the original series was bad, but like the original series didn't take itself seriously enough for that to really pull you out of the story, but Star Trek The Next Generation, like the gravitas it was trying to maintain was like terrible looking hand-to-hand combat makes much more sense in the first one than TNG. It's like space martial arts. No. Yeah, some of those fights just look god awful. I never saw that. However, Leonard Nimoy singing the theme to The Hobbit is one of the best things that ever happened. God, I wish I remembered that one. Holy shit. Like I said, that's one of the things you'll find out about me. Between the trauma and the number of drugs I did, my memory no longer works worth a fuck. So there's a lot, even though I've watched the series in its entirety like 8 times now, so much I don't remember. Addy, what's going on? Yeah, we got the Kaiser Sheepdog XL in 154 cm. We have been cutting cardboard non-stop for 7 hours and the edge is still hanging on for dear life. One of the weird things about where I'm at right now, I don't have the attention span needed to sit there and watch TV for more than about 10 minutes. It's like I haven't watched TV and I haven't watched a movie in a few years now. And I bought a bunch of movies that I wanted to watch, and they haven't even been cut out of the plastic wrap. You know, I really want to watch Hacksaw Ridge. I just haven't sat down and done it. No, I do not remember that. I think that might have been a bit before my time. And of course, there was also a point where I was shielded from anything that wasn't basically rated G. Even when I was going into adolescence, it's still, if it's not G rated, you can't watch it. Yeah, I don't know if TNG is still on Netflix or not. Oh, nice. The other part of my problem with watching anything nowadays is your dialogue. You have to turn your TV up to 47 for, but then the first sound effect that happens, your eardrums and the speakers on your TV are fucking blown out. Oh no, TNG is a great comfort show. Futurama is another phenomenal comfort show. Excuses my left ass. Everybody hates it, not just me. Wilderness bushcraft, what's going on? We've made it past 7 hours on the Sheepdog XL, and it's still cutting. I guess still going pretty strong. And we are diving in on Star Trek The Next Generation. It's not the sharpest knife I've had. The bevel on the edge is a little bit obtuse, but the edge retention has been fantastic so far. But how you doing, Luke? Now, like a sharp knife, like this right here is a really sharp one. This one I hand sharpen today while I'm learning how to freehand. No resistance. Like, let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? This one, ridiculously sharp. Like, no resistance. However, this is still holding on to a good edge for doing this for over 7 hours now. We're working. I only sharpen live when an edge that we're working on here gets too far gone. And even then, that's just the work sharp precision adjust. So you're just watching somebody on a fixed angle sharpener. My freehand sharpening on stones, I just started trying that out like 2 days ago. So I'm still learning how to do that, but the edge I got off of the second knife I did is fantastic. If you can see it, that's where I've been testing out my edge sharpness on stuff I've been sharpening. So like if you're looking for answers on how to sharpen, especially freehand, I'm not the guy for it yet. But I do know where to go for that because that's where I'm getting my answers. But yeah, right now we are trying to hit 8 hours and see how much farther past that I can go. But let me tell you right now, I'm a bit punch drunk. I'm a bit out of it. And things are getting goofy. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in walking around and checking out all the blades and stuff. I know Friday it's going to be really hard not to buy anything so that I can wait till Sunday. But I'm going to try. We have tried D2. We did the Gin Captain kit knife, and this thing took 4 hours and barely had any edge wear. Nothing I've had has been able to cut paper towels that easily, but I also have paper towels that don't cut worth a shit anyways. I'm not using the same ones that Outdoors 55 is using. I know what you're talking about, though. Let me go check and see if the other roll I have here. Wow, you're going deep on that one, dude. I may have some of the easier to cut varieties. Yeah, we can try this one. Now that being said, again, I don't guarantee anything, but I also haven't tried these yet. No, it's definitely not there. I'm not there yet with it. Nah, this is off of the Work Sharp Precision Adjust, so it's kind of at the limit of what that thing can produce. Oh, that cut started so good. Yeah, so I'm not there with it yet. However, that being said, the stuff I am sharpening is more than sharp enough for what I need it for. When I get more time hand sharpening, freehand, and I get some better stones, that's probably going to be a different beast. But I've got that Harbor Freight block right there with 200, 300, 400, and 600 grit to sharpen on. And then I've got a five stages of stropping with diamond paste on them to really hone the edge in. They shave super easy. They do the cut test on copy paper super easy. They do cardstock easy. They do cardboard easy. But I haven't gotten one to cut the paper towel yet. All right, Fook, have a good night, man. Thanks for being here. Like, I've done good so far with this thing now that I'm starting to get the hang of it. Like, come on. You know, this is my second time. Today was my second time freehand sharpening a knife on stones, and like you see, the edge is fairly highly polished here, but you know, plenty sharp. Yeah, like I said, dude, you can get diamond paste on Amazon. It's not that expensive. But yeah, and see, my lowest micron on my diamond paste is 2.5. My grit progression didn't get far enough down because I wanted to start on a coarser grit. So at some point, I'm going to buy a new set of strops and get 6 surfaces instead of 5 and get down to 0.5 micron. Yeah, like I'm really happy with it. You know, and part of that is using the guided fixed angle system so much. Drawings and stuff, what's up? Using that fixed angle gave me an idea for what I'm looking for. Aw, thank you. You shouldn't have. But, you know, the fixed angle systems gave me an idea what I was looking for. And then, honestly, watching Outdoors 55 videos kind of got me the rest of the way over the hump. So, like, I got an idea what I'm doing going into it. You know, and off of a 600 grit, straight off of 600 grit, I was able to shave with it and do the paper cut. I just polished the shit out of it with the strops. We are at 7 hours and 21 minutes. No. You want, especially if you're starting with a dull knife, you don't want 1,000 grit. You want something closer to like 400. You need something that'll remove material. If you start at 1,000, you'll be there for 4 days. That's one thing I do know. Like, again, it's just straight off of a 600 grit stone, you can shave with it. You know, and like I said, my strop is like, I think 24 to 14 to around 10, like maybe 8, 5, and 2.5. So, like, I've got a whole grip progression just for the strop. But if you learn how to handle the last stage of sharpening, you don't even need a strop. You can strop on your stone. Yeah, like I said, drawings and stuff, we are pushing for 8 hours. We're going to get there tonight. And just depending on where my endurance is, we may make it well past 8. You know, I'm just surprised this thing is doing as well as it is with 7 hours of beating on it. And like I said, we haven't sharpened it, we haven't stropped it, we haven't done shit to it. And we have put it through a lot of tough cardboard boxes. That 44 pounds test stuff is difficult. Yeah, that's like, because what I have is 400, that was my reprofile. And then once you got that reprofile and your bevel set, you can kind of feel where it is and go from there. At least that's what I've experienced so far. Yeah, it's 10:18 here. So you lost a minute somewhere there, Sprinkles. Oh. Yeah, so this is definitely not bad for doing stuff like that. Especially because it's so big, you've got some leverage when you're pushing into harder cuts. You know, you got less of the knife rocking back on you and trying to slide out of the cut. Wow, like you got some bad internet here. Like I get the lag from my end. Whatever I do, there's about a 20 to 40 second delay before you see it. Which is part of where guys that are commenting get a little impatient. I don't think they realize that's the thing. God, let me tell you, a 15-year-old with unrestricted access to a holodeck is going to turn that into a Jackson Pollock painting under a black light. Hard light? More like I'm getting hard light. Like going into the holodeck, hey, I'm going to go watch porn on my flat screen mirror. And I hope my buddy Michael has earbuds in and not listening on speaker. He's got no, VR does not equate to holodeck. Not yet. Like I've got my Oculus Quest 2. You know, I've got my Oculus Quest 2, and while the VR is fun, it's not quite 100% there. You know, it's not like a complete replacement. You can do some cool stuff, though. That's the other thing too, is like your wife's like, what are you laughing at? You do not want to know. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do VR, especially if you're not going to build a rig for it, the Oculus Quest is the way to go because it's self-contained. You don't need a computer. Everything is in the headset. It's so nice. Like I haven't picked up the VR in forever. I keep wanting to. I will say Audio Shield is a hell of a lot of fun in VR. I'm trying to think about the yeah, I remember that the Western episodes happened, but I don't remember specifics. Yeah, I don't have the space I had anymore for VR. Um, yeah, the blade steel is 154 cm. That's part of why this thing is here. So we had this blade steel to test out because we've done 8CR13, we've done D2, we've done vintage 440 from 1980. We've done whatever mystery steel Walmart used for the Ozark Trail knives. Um, we've done Osate. I just think about the old days. There, don't cut cardboard with your knife, you'll ruin your edge. Okay, Boomer. Yeah, no, putting the right edge on that Ozark Trail was amazing. That's what gave me the hard on for the 18-degree edge. I don't know. I'm now putting don't cut cardboard, it'll ruin your edge alongside you're not going to carry a calculator around with you everywhere, are you? I will say over the last hour and some change, I've started developing the numb fingertip right here. So it's going to be feeling weird for about the next 3 days. Oh, this box weighs a lot now. That is going to be fun to hoist into the baler. Oh, replicator all day. Luke, which one are you holding? The Walmart knife or the Ozark Trail? Yeah, no, replicator every time. Like, we already have something that blows the tricorder out of the water. Like, you're watching it on one right now. Oh, yeah. No, you're holding a tricorder right now. What you're holding right now blows the tricorder clean out of the water. Yeah, but still, you are right there. But I would still go a replicator. It's like, food replicator. Mexican pizza. No, the one from 1999. The good one. Given where I work, no. Like, I am power walking between 5 and 7 miles a day every day. Like, I'm back to the point in my life where I can't gain weight. Like back when I was doing landscaping. Matter of fact, up until the point where I almost shit myself to death. I really couldn't gain weight. And all the weight that I gained after that incident is going away. No. So holodeck. Yeah, no. Combine that with the food replicator. That'd be holodeck. Give me Cece's Pizza from 1998. Fucking have a matter printer make you a fucking book it folder with all the stamps in it, and then go into the holodeck. Yes, I'd like to turn in my book it sheet. I read all these books. There's my personal. It's like, I shit you not. Like, I read books like crazy, and thanks, Luke. Much appreciated. But like, I filled so many of those book it things and completed them, and then I was never allowed to go to Pizza Hut to turn them in. They're just thrown away. No, I tell you what I'd be doing first thing if I was going to travel for food through time. I go find a Cavendish banana. Because those things are supposed to taste like banana runts do now. But they got eradicated by a by disease because it was a monoculture. And we are in very real danger of having that happen again and get rid of the second best banana. I think my second stop, even though I shouldn't, would be the Coca-Cola from the original formula. All right, man. Have a great night. Yeah, I have never found anywhere to buy a Cavendish banana locally, and it's not like having them shipped to you is a good idea. Yeah, man, it was a great Trek talk, man. It was a great subject to pull us onto. Definitely enjoyed that. Sorry, we hit that point where like 3 conversations were happening at once. Yeah, and like sorry, I'm too poor to travel. Like, the Cavendish is quite literally forbidden fruit. See, now that we got some fairly rigid cardboard, this thing is back to cutting really damn nice. Yeah, but we are at a distinct risk of having our current monoculture bananas knocked out by another disease and then going to a different banana. Hey, if I save up for a couple days, I can make it to the end of the driveway. Yeah, Star Trek, you're either going to love it or be totally not impressed. No in between. Which Civivi are you looking at? Realistically, what's your budget? Like, what is your budget you're working with? That is a very, very important question. How much are you looking to spend? That should be the first question anytime someone says, what kind of knife should I get? As I tell you right now, I know for a fact there's an absolute fucking banger. Okay, look up the Monicala Assault Team 1 real quick. All right, you got 14C28N and you got titanium frame lock. I've got one of those. I've carried it. It's fucking fantastic. Matter of fact, let me look it up for you. Hang on, I'm getting it for you right now. That's the Amazon link for it so you can check it out. Like, it is a really fucking good knife. Like, it's one of my favorite knives that I've found since I've started this channel. Um, 14C28N is a really good steel. That titanium makes it lighter weight than it would be otherwise, and the ergonomics on it are really good. And you've got like a, what, 3.5-inch blade, something like that. You got plenty of blade to work with too. Holy Jesus. I've hit my holder so many damn times. You know, guys, I get the feeling we're not going to sharpen this on stream. Uh, yeah, there's some wear on it, but it's nothing crazy. See how it does with this. Yeah, the wear shows on here a little bit better. It doesn't? Crap. Okay, so let me just give you the thing. That's the thing you want to look up right there. Moncala Assault Team 1. Like the title and the link were too long to post on here. Too many letters. So I got rid of some stuff, but apparently it didn't like that. Yeah, I gotta say, I think we're finally hitting a point where, at least on the cardboard, the edge wear is kind of significant. Yeah, just hit Amazon and look up the Moncala Assault Team 1. I dropped you the full name right there. Brother, I have no idea how many boxes I have cut through. I have not been counting them. However, if one of you would be kind enough to go back and rewatch this and count the number of cuts that we've taken, that'd be awesome. That being said, I think we're finally hitting the point where, at least on the cardboard, it's starting to show wear. And on the cardstock, it's starting to really show its wear. And I kind of don't want to strop this before I do the aftermath video. Yeah, it's just that primary cutting surface is definitely worn now. Oh, God. What do we say? We want to see how good we can strop it back up or leave it as is for the aftermath video. I know we normally strop them up, but this has been kind of impressive. That is 7 hours and 50 minutes of almost non-stop cutting. And I don't feel like cutting for the last 10 minutes. Now, what's interesting is we do have what appear to be some hairline scratches on here, which could also be tape residue. Which 8CR13 picks up a lot of hairline scratches from this. Like a lot. Yeah, we'll leave it as is. Let's break the night out. We needed to get him in there. Last one we got's the scuba guy. And I would love it if this table was the right height to break out the Yeah, no, I know you'd mentioned the battle box knives. I'm definitely interested in seeing what those do. Because I'm assuming you said they were like basically gas station grade, which makes sense. Because I know those things are basically manufactured to a cost and they still have to, you know, make a profit off of selling them in the battle box. Which should mean kind of like a loot crate. Stuff for knife guys that aren't really super, this is a lifestyle choice knives. Or, you know, guys that aren't quite at this is a lifestyle choice. Yeah, but here's a chance for those of you that haven't seen it to demonstrate the strops. So we're going to take a couple of cuts with this as it sits. Like y'all see how jacked up those 3 cuts were? So we'll strop this back to life. Yeah, Revo is not one I'm familiar with. Yeah, I mean, dude, gas station knives are coming sharper and sharper. Like, it's not that hard to buy them sharp anymore. And this is just a terrible Swiss Army knife knockoff that I found on the ground at a golf course, so. Like, we already sharpened the piss out of this thing, and then ran it through the gauntlet, and it took about 20 minutes to dull out too much to cut anymore. So if that gives you any ideas. That ought to be plenty. So that's our coarsest grit. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good deal. I think mine cost me like 89 or something like that. Now, is that the newer version with the carbon fiber scales, or because mine is like, what's the blade steel on that version? Because I know the version I've got isn't showing up on Amazon anymore. Okay, that's this second grit. Like, it's one of those recommended budget bangers for sure. I will say the titanium doesn't respond well to flame coloring, and that's probably because of the grade of titanium they used. But the way it feels lighter than it seems like it should is just fun. Okay, then yeah. That's a really good sale. Like I said, mine cost me like 81 or 89 bucks somewhere in that window. Yeah, no, it's not high grade titanium, but it's still titanium. And it just, for me, it carried so well, cut so well, it did so damn good. Like after I was done with the review, I just kept having I kept struggling to not pick that up instead of the one that I was carrying. And I think I might have been in the, no, I think that was before Timu Geddon. Yeah, I mean, Luke, if you haven't checked it out yet, there's a playlist called Timu Geddon, and I carried Timu knives for 10 fucking weeks straight to, of course, test to see how they carried and to live with every day and put them head to head against each other. But God, that was grueling. Yeah, dude, you might be better at me than haggling, so I may have you make some deals for me at Blade Show just to make my life easier. Okay. Yeah, the titanium tenacious is a good value. Sure. Damn it. Why? So, all I did was spend about 5 minutes or so on the strop, maybe a little bit longer, and yeah, so this is what I'm talking about when I say a good stropping system can take you a long way. Yeah, all I did was spend, what, 5 minutes on the strops? And this edge will probably take about 20 minutes of doing this before it's completely shot again. However, I do believe the 8-hour mark is where I'm going to close this out because I am fucking wrecked. Like, I am well past wrecked. Now, that being said, I will do the aftermath video on that probably tomorrow sometime when I'm coherent again. And, yeah, no, that's the edge being better after stropping it. And the thing is the diamond paste that I put on that was from Temu for like $7. You can get it on Amazon for like 11 or 12 bucks. But it's dirt cheap to set one of those up. But yeah, Sprinkles, you just saw how much of a difference diamond paste on a strop can make. But yeah, after I do the aftermath video on the Sheepdog XL, I'll put the 18-degree edge on it. And I'm not going to get to carry it for a long time. But yeah. So we'll give this about... Yeah, like I said, it's on Amazon. It's cheap. You just need a couple of good leather strops to do some grip progression, and you're fine. I didn't even get into my emotional support Baja Blast. Look at that. Yeah, I'm going to give this a couple more minutes to hit the official 8-hour mark. And, well, actually, we're at 8 hours and 1 minute, but I'm going to give it till 11 o'clock my time, and then I got to go. I am wrecked. That was a hell of a lot of fun, though. And then, like, I can't tell you how many boxes I went through, but I have so few left. I don't know how long of a stream I could support, but I'll try to round up some more Monday or Tuesday and get set up for another one over the course of the week that I'm on vacation and go from there. Dude, just get your diamond paste off Amazon. I don't know if they'll have it at Blade, but yeah, I am on Eastern time. I'm in Georgia. Yeah, that was a fucking marathon. Like, I don't know if I'm going to do that again unless I'm like raising money for charity, and then that's going to be a bigger audience. Like, that's going to be a big enough audience for it to matter. Oh yeah, I'll definitely do a recap on Friday. Unfortunately, I'm not set up to really film what I'm doing at Blade Show. I'd love to be able to do that, but I don't have a good way to do that. And I'm not going to really invest any money into setting something up to do that with. Like, I could download some software to edit it on my phone, but that software is not fun to use. So I'm not going to sweat recording it this year. But if I see significant channel growth over this next year, I will invest in a better setup where I can do that. I can edit the videos and get everything looking real nice. I'll find the most efficient way to do that, which may be getting an iPhone and using Wi-Fi on it and a Mac. Yeah, I've got a GoPro sitting around here too. Like I said, I'm not going to sweat it this year. I'm not. That's just this effort I'm not going to throw into it. And yeah, I'd love to bring myself out there Saturday, but I'm not taking a full-size Dodge Ram with no backup camera into that parking deck. And the wife's got to use the smaller car for work, so that's off the table too. And we got a tire on it I don't trust on the highway. Yeah, you'd have to bring yourself down to Georgia for Blade Show. There is a Blade Show in Texas, I believe. Which you could get in there for a day for $30. Isn't there a Blade Show in Texas? I'm pretty sure there's a Blade Show in Texas. You have said Texas enough times. But yeah, walking around Blade Show hanging out would be a lot of fun. Yeah, there is one in Texas. Now, that being said, if it's in Texas, it could still be a 10-hour drive away from you, and you'd still be in Texas. Yeah, no, we've already passed hour 8. We're at 8 hours and 5 minutes. Like, I stopped just before 8 hours. Like, the knife finally crapped out enough to count at 8 hours. So yeah, like we pretty much essentially made it 8 hours. And yeah, like we have passed hour 8, so we have definitely demolished my record. And I don't know when I'm going to try to demolish this again. Maybe if I find like I'd love to find just a cheap beat up bug out to work with on that. But even one beat up's probably going to cost too much. And then that'll be putting my own edge on there and doing all that. Yeah, like, so I drove from basically uh, just short of the Georgia Alabama border to Mineral Wells, Texas, and that was an 18-hour drive. And there were 3 of us in the cab of a Ford Ranger with a stick shift, and only 2 of us could drive. So we were taking turns driving and sleeping, and I cannot tell you how much that sucked. Like, the people I was riding with, I was so happy to be with for that long, but oh my God, that drive was so bad. Like, I was exhausted and just making jokes about everything. And we saw a sign that said McDonald's next 3 exits. And I'm like, I'm not even thinking, I'm like, wow, that's a big ass McDonald's. That's like one of my finer jokes. But yeah, guys, it is time for me to wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for being here. I am going to go become completely inert. I am done for tonight. So yeah, everybody have a fantastic night. I'm glad we did this. I appreciate y'all being here, and I can't believe that Steel didn't beat me. But yeah, it is time for me to go, guys. And the last 8 of you that are here, I appreciate y'all. Yeah, see you on the next stream. I am logging out.